Chapter 431. Looking at the empty hall in the middle of the mountain, it was obvious that the things here had been looted by Tsang Wu and his companions. Finally, the important things had been seized from them by Lu Ping and the others. Tsang Wu looked around the empty hall. He tried his best to calm down. Moreover, he could tell from the conversation of the few spiritual masters that there must be some secret in this cave mansion that Tsang Wu and his companions had yet to discover. However, his eyes were still filled with curiosity. How could these spiritual masters discover something in this empty hall that they hadn't discovered? However, before Tsang Wu's wish could be fulfilled, Qiao Weijie looked at Lu Ping. Tsang Wu's mind seemed to have received a heavy blow, and his consciousness suddenly became fuzzy. Lu Ping said lightly, "He won't wake up for 5 days." Qiao Weijie sneered but didn't say anything. Spiritual Master Shui Xiu said with a smile, "Senior brother Lu's divine sense cultivation is amazing. Since it's 5 days, it shouldn't be wrong." Seeing that Tsang Wu had fainted on the ground, Taoist Han Fei's footsteps paused, and the entire mountainside shook with a rumbling sound, as if an earthquake was going to happen. The ground a few feet in front of everyone suddenly collapsed, and a pitch-black hole appeared in front of everyone. At the same time, a dense spiritual energy gushed out from the hole. Everyone's face lit up with joy. They walked towards the hole. Lu Ping didn't follow everyone in. Instead, he made a few hand signs. A blue halo overflowed from Lu Ping's palm and wrapped around Tsang Wu, who had fainted on the ground. Then the blue halo gradually faded until it disappeared. Tsang Wu also disappeared from the ground. Lu Ping used his divine sense to explore the ground under his feet. Then, he walked towards the hole in the ground with satisfaction. The hole in the ground was a flight of stairs that extended diagonally downward. The walls on both sides of the stairs were inlaid with starlight stones. Although they were dim, they could still illuminate the passageway. When Lu Ping walked down the stairs, what appeared in front of him was an underground building complex that was formed by several palaces. This was the real core of this underground cave mansion. Lu Ping and the others found some of the more complicated remnants of restrictions among some of the miscellaneous items that Tsang Wu's companions had taken away. From this, they could infer that there must be another world in this cave mansion. The entire building complex was covered by an array. Moreover, within the array, the buildings, passageways, and gardens were protected by layers of colorful restrictions. Obviously, in order to obtain benefits from this small building complex, Lu Ping and the others not only had to break through the protective array, but they also had to break through various restrictions. However, restrictions were different from array formations. An array formation was like a wall used to protect the cave mansion, while restrictions were like the various traps set up in the buildings and passageways of the cave mansion. When a cave mansion's protective array was broken through, it was just like when a city's city wall was broken through. However, just like the invaders who broke through the city wall would have to face more severe street battles, the foreign cultivators who broke through the protective array would also have to face these complicated and intertwined restrictions. When Lu Ping walked to the front of the protective array, he found that there were already 3 broken holes on the top of the array. At this time, the holes were slowly closing under the operation of the array. Obviously, it was the masterpiece of Qiao Weijie and the others who had arrived here first. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ping understood that these 3 holes should have been opened by Qiao Weijie and Han Fei, Qian Shu and Yang Sanyang, and Reverend Shui Xiu. Lu Ping naturally wouldn't enter through these 3 holes. Needless to say, Lu Ping knew that after these 3 holes were opened, they would be followed by many restrictive spells and traps to prevent the later cultivators from taking the path of retreat of those who entered first. Once Lu Ping entered, he would immediately be discovered by the cultivators who opened the path before him, and would regard Lu Ping as an enemy. Moreover, he would also have to face the restrictive spells and traps and ambushes set up by those cultivators who entered first. In this way, it would instead delay Lu Ping's exploration of this cave mansion. After thinking for a moment, Lu Ping first pulled De Bao out from the golden house that he was carrying on his chest. Then De Bao's sharp beak and several long whiskers arched against the ground twice. His 2 front paws that were buried under his fat body barely scratched the ground twice. Then he turned his head and gave 2 squeaks towards Lu Ping. As expected, Lu Ping nodded his head. The ground here had already been sealed by the array. Obviously, It was impossible for Debeo to enter the array by burrowing through the ground. Lu Ping pointed at a spot in the array, and a white bolt of lightning descended. The area that was struck by the lightning suddenly froze and gradually cracked. Then Lu Ping sent out 2 more bolts of lightning in succession, and the cracked barrier suddenly shattered. Then Lu Ping walked into the array with a fat mouse following behind him. After Lu Ping and Debeo entered the array, the cracks in the array that were covered in frost began to glow again. The frost gradually melted and the broken barrier began to slowly recover like the 3 holes from before. After entering the array, the density of the spirit force became even denser. The size of this underground palace wasn't too large and couldn't be compared to the heavy profound cave mansion. However, from the squeaks that came from Debeo, the density of the spirit force here was about the size of 5 or 6 small spirit veins. Debeo scratched the ground a few more times and could only helplessly follow behind Lu Ping. It was clear that even the ground in the array had been sealed. This made Debeo, who had always played the role of the vanguard in Lu Ping's exploration, at a loss what to do. Even though Lu Ping entered the array, there were restrictions everywhere that blocked Lu Ping's divine sense. However, from the roars coming from all directions, it could be seen that the others were already impatiently breaking the array. Just as Lu Ping was about to walk forward, Debeo bit his pants. Lu Ping turned around and followed Debeo 2 steps to the side. A few gray halos formed a spider web-like restriction, blocking Lu Ping's vision. Lu Ping carefully examined the restriction in front of him with his divine sense. At the same time, a blue light flashed in his eyes. A moment later, Lu Ping made a few hand seals and a layer of light suddenly disappeared in front of Lu Ping. However, the other 2 layers were still flashing. Lu Ping thought about it carefully and made a few more hand seals. The second light barrier gradually faded away. Then Lu Ping made another hand seal that was shrouded in a blue light barrier. Only then did the second light barrier break. However, when it came to the third light curtain, Lu Ping continuously changed several different hand seals, but he could no longer break it. Lu Ping's hand seals were partly guided by Liang Xianfeng, but most of them were figured out by Lu Ping from the mysterious purple jade slip he obtained from Feiling Island. Lu Ping had gained a lot from the mysterious restriction techniques he learned in Zhongxian's cave dwelling. Although they were still useful in this cave dwelling, they weren't as handy as they were in Zhongxian's cave dwelling. In desperation, Lu Ping opened his palm and 5 sharp sword qi shot out from his fingers. They circled in the air and stirred towards the third light curtain. Suddenly, the light curtain was shredded into pieces. Lu Ping looked at the things behind the light curtain and felt a little strange. There were a total of 24 pots of different shapes and colors of 7 feet tall coral placed on the ground. Most of these corals were treasures that had been bred in the sea for at least thousands of years. They were condensed from the essence of a variety of spiritual materials. Therefore, they could not be directly used to refine a variety of magic tools. However, in the hands of a tool refiner, a large number of rare spiritual materials could be separated from them and then used to refine magic tools. Moreover, because these corals were old and mature, most of the spiritual materials contained within them had reached the level of top-tier spiritual materials. After being separated, they could be used to refine other top-tier magic tools. After Lu Ping put 22 of these corals into his storage ring, the last 2 corals made Lu Ping happy again. These 2 corals were slightly shorter than the other 22 corals, but the spirit halos contained within them were much denser than the other corals. Lu Ping's eyes shone with green light. After a long time, he happily put these 2 corals into the golden house. The spiritual materials contained within these 2 corals had obviously been affected by the spirit object of the heaven and earth. They had mutated into second-tier top-tier spiritual materials. However, Lu Ping could not find any trace of the spirit object of the heaven and earth in the corals even after using the true pupils of 3 pure ones. After a while, he realized that these corals were obviously found by the owner of the cave. If there was a spirit object of the heaven and earth in these corals, it would have been taken away by the owner of the cave long ago. Lu Ping turned around and continued to walk towards the inner part of the cave. At this time, the rumbling sounds of magic arts resounded in succession from other directions. Judging from the direction of the sound and the hole that was opened outside the magic array, Lu Ping deduced that the most intense rumbling sounds were coming from Qiao Weijie and Han Fei. Judging from the current situation, these 2 were obviously the fastest in their progress. Following closely behind them was Daoist Shui Xiu, not Qian Shu and Yang Sanyang. However, there were very few rumbling sounds coming from Daoist Shui Xiu's direction. Usually, there would only be a few explosive sounds after a period of time. Moreover, compared to the direction where the previous rumbling sounds came from, Daoist Shui Xiu had undoubtedly advanced towards the innermost layer of the cave. It seemed that this Daoist Shui Xiu should be a cultivator proficient in the art of breaking restrictions. Previously, he had been using the art of breaking restrictions to advance. Only when he encountered a restriction that he could not break would he have no choice but to use magic arts to forcibly break it. This was the reason why the interval between the rumbling sounds coming from Daoist Shui Xiu's direction was so long. The slowest ones were Qian Shu and Yang Sanyang from Siyu sect. Although their progress was slow, they were very rhythmic in breaking the restrictions. They weren't like Qiao Weijie and Han Fei, who didn't hesitate to use their true essence to bombard the restrictions indiscriminately. Clearly, these two brothers had a tacit understanding with each other. Lu Ping was secretly vigilant. At the same time, he unconsciously sped up the speed of breaking the restrictions. He chased after the others. At the same time, the house of gold on his chest radiated with golden light. Then 3 8 or 9-year-old boys and a 12 or 13-year-old girl appeared behind Lu Ping. Lu Bai, Lu Hai, and Lu Ling will follow father to break the restrictions. Qin will be responsible for defending against all kinds of traps and attacks when the restrictions are forcibly broken. As a matter of fact, the Blue Phoenix's explosive attacks were the fastest way to break the restrictions. However, the counterattacks of the restrictions would be more powerful and endless. Therefore, Lu Ping would be tired of dealing with them. Therefore, Lu Ping simply let Samling assist him in breaking the restrictions. Samling's combined strength was above that of the Blue Phoenix, which had already advanced to the second layer of core forging realm. Moreover, although Samling's attacks weren't as violent and grand as the Blue Phoenix's, their might wasn't the slightest bit weaker. Lu Ping could directly break some restrictions by using the restriction breaking technique. If he couldn't, Samling would immediately join forces to assist Lu Ping in breaking the restrictions by force. The counterattacks of the restrictions would be blocked by Lu Qiner. Debao would also raise 1 or 2 earth walls from the ground from time to time. However, most of them would be crushed as easily as breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. 1 man and 4 demons advanced together. In a short while, their progress had surpassed Qian Shu and Yang Sanyang of the UC sect. They were approaching Daoist Shui Xiu's progress. Moreover, they were hindered by Debao from time to time. Under Debao's strong request, they broke the restrictions on both sides. This had affected Lu Ping's progress. However, Debao had discovered a few withered spiritual herb gardens among these broken restrictions. He had harvested a lot of 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs from them. There were also a dozen 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs that had survived by luck. And Lu Ping had personally plucked them. The layout of this underground cave mansion was extremely compact. There were 4 lofts distributed around the central palace. Lu Ping was approaching one of them. He was sitting in the direction of the other loft. Qiao Weijie and Han Fei had already broken the restrictions of the loft. The booming sound of magic spells was getting more and more intense. It seemed as if the loft would also collapse under the bombardment. Lu Ping's progress had already caught up with Daoist Shui Xiu. Lu Ping was delighted when he saw the restriction in front of the loft. His hands were like butterflies flying through flowers. He made 42 hand gestures in succession. A loud rumbling sound was heard. The light curtain of the restriction in front of Lu Ping suddenly collapsed backward. Then a 5-colored door appeared in front of Lu Ping. Debao didn't wait for Lu Ping to call out to him. He had already rushed into the loft. Lu Ping instructed Samling to guard the door. Then he and Lu Qiner followed Debao into the loft. There were many bookshelves placed against the walls of the loft. Not only were there many paper books, but there were also piles of wooden slips. There were also some jade slips placed on top of them. An ordinary wooden table was placed in the middle of the loft. A teapot and 4 teacups were placed on top of it. One of the teacups was not inverted on the table like the other 3 teacups. Instead, it was placed on the edge of the wooden table where the reclining chair was placed. The tea in the teacup had already dried up. There were only faint tea stains and dust that were about to cover the tea stains. There was an open paper book on the edge of the teacup. It was also covered with dust. It seemed as if the owner of the cave mansion was enjoying tea and reading in this loft at a specific time. Lu Ping saw a thin bulge on the dusty book. His heart stirred. He waved his hand to brush off the dust on the book. A thin jade slip was revealed. Lu Ping was delighted. He hastily used his divine sense to explore the contents of the jade slip. Lu Ping slowly put down the jade slip after some time. Then he carefully placed it in his storage ring. After that, he started to walk back and forth among the bookshelves in the loft. De Bao dragged a clay pot out of nowhere and ran towards Lu Ping. Chapter 432. The old man Qingjian has been practicing for more than 900 years, and has been in the Dharma stage for more than 200 years. The old man knew that he would not be able to survive the calamity of the mid-Dharma stage, so he had been struggling with his limited training for the past few decades. Now that his lifespan had been exhausted, he had no choice but to face the calamity. If he were to die here, I will pass on the legacy of the old man. Lu Ping understood the above information from a jade scroll that was placed on top of the opened book. Clearly, this was a message that Qingjian Laozu had left behind in a hurry before he had to face the calamity of the mid-Dharma stage. However, after this message, it recorded Qingjian Laozu's techniques, as well as Qingjian Laozu's experiences in training. From the blood condensation stage all the way to the early Dharma stage, Qingjian Laozu had condensed his 900 years of training experience into a jade scroll. He had also tried his best to answer all the questions that might arise at each stage of training. Although Lu Ping could not directly inherit this technique, the experiences in training were extremely important for Lu Ping's future training. Furthermore, this was a set of techniques that could be directly trained to the mid-Dharma stage. Although Qingjian Laozu had only trained to the early Dharma stage, if he brought this set of techniques back to Jinling, it would be a well-known set of techniques and a strong foundation. The Jade Scroll also gave a simple explanation of the cave-dwelling situation. However, it was different from the cultivation technique inheritance that had been prepared long ago. The introduction to the cave-dwelling itself was extremely brief, and even the first paragraph recorded in the Jade Scroll seemed to have been written in a hurry. Lu Ping couldn't help but suspect that Ancestor Clearstream had been reading and sipping tea in the study when the mid-stage Dharma stage tribulation suddenly descended. Ancestor Clearstream didn't have time to leave any detailed arrangements before he hurriedly went to face the tribulation. In the end, he was annihilated in the tribulation. Lu Ping thought of the pile of debris that Song Wu and the others had collected in the hall in the middle of the mountain. There were many fragments of treasures that had been destroyed, and there were still remnants of some high-level treasures. Lu Ping could not help but wonder if these fragments, which were obviously treasures, had been destroyed by Qingjian Laozu when he was fighting against the calamity. If that was the case, the place where Qingjian Laozu had gone through the calamity should have been in the hall in the middle of the mountain. Lu Ping followed the general direction that Qingjian Laozu had left in the Jade Scroll and began to look at the books, wooden scrolls, jade scrolls, and other documents that were placed on the shelves around the attic. However, when he walked closer, he realized that the paper books had been corroded by time and had long been reduced to a pile of dust. Some of the threads that connected the wooden scrolls had long been destroyed, and most of the wooden scrolls had also rotted away. Only a small portion of the scrolls could still be seen clearly, and most of them were broken pages. Lu Ping thought about it for a while, then carefully placed all the wooden scrolls that he could see into a jade box for safekeeping, and then placed it in his storage ring. There were dozens of jade scrolls on the bookshelves, which were also the foundation of Qingjian Laozu's cultivation over the years. Lu Ping roughly looked at them. Although the number of jade scrolls was small, the content contained in each one was sufficient. One of the jade scrolls recorded 5 kinds of elixirs for the mid-core forging stage, and 3 kinds of elixirs for the late-core forging stage. There were also 2 kinds of elixirs for the half-step to the transcendent stage and 1 for the transcendent stage. This made Lu Ping excited. Now that Lu Ping's cultivation progress had slowed down, he had already collected all kinds of elixir recipes that were suitable for him to take. However, none of the 5 mid-core forging stage elixirs recorded in the Jade Scrolls were currently mastered by Lu Ping. Moreover, the method of alchemy revealed in these elixir recipes was not the same as the usual alchemy style of the North Sea. Obviously, it was not from the North Sea, And the alchemy of the North Sea was of the same origin as the East Sea, so these elixir recipes were obviously not from the East Sea. Of the two types of elixirs for the half-step to the transcendent stage, one was used by cultivators who had condensed their golden core, and the other was a type of elixir that helped to break through to the transcendent stage. However, this elixir was more like a secret technique. One was a secret technique that used external force to forcibly raise a 6th-grade golden core cultivator to the transcendent stage. The only elixir for the transcendent stage shocked Lu Ping even more. This elixir recipe was called the minor forging elixir. At the beginning, it stated that this elixir was created based on the peerless elixir of the Fei Ling sect, the spirit forging elixir. Although this elixir did not have the magical effect of directly raising a golden core's rank like the spirit forging elixir, it could help a cultivator achieve the golden core's rank more smoothly by smelting the heaven and earth spirit treasures. Everyone knew that regardless of whether a 9th-layer core forging cultivator refined 1 or 2 low-grade heaven-rank spirit items, they would still have a 7th-grade golden core. However, whether it was in terms of foundation or future achievements, the latter was stronger than the former and had a higher chance of success. However, just this minor spirit forging pill required 36 types of 3,000-year-old spirit grasses. The real spirit forging pill required 49 types of extremely precious 3,000-year-old spirit grasses, and it also required a rare item called the Myriad Wonder Nectar. Unfortunately, Lu Ping didn't even know what the Myriad Wonder Nectar was. As for the minor spirit forging pill, it required a spirit liquid called the Vitality Nectar. This spirit liquid itself was refined from some precious spirit grasses, and its effect was equivalent to a 3-year-old longevity pill. The minor forging elixir was created more than 1,000 years after the destruction of the Fei Ling sect. Although Lu Ping did not know when Qingjian Laozu was born and died, he guessed that it was no more than 3,000 years ago. The other jade slips also contained many records that Lu Ping was interested in. For example, there were records about some rare flowers and herbs, methods to identify natural spirit objects, and some people in the Central Plains. Of course, there were also some cultivation methods and secret techniques that Qingjian Laozu had accumulated for nearly 1,000 years. Of course, there were also some information about refining weapons, formations, talismans, puppets, and so on. Although a cultivator might not be able to reach the pinnacle in one of the 100 arts of cultivation in their lifetime, the only person who could cover such a wide range of knowledge and master it so thoroughly was Laozu. This foundation was even more profound than Qingjian Laozu's cultivation methods in the Dharma realm. With this accumulation, as long as Lu Ping spread his descendants, he could easily establish an independent family in the North Sea in a few hundred years. Lu Ping searched around with his divine thoughts, and at the same time, he also used the 3 pure true eyes. After finding nothing new, Lu Ping turned his attention to a clay pot that De Bao had dragged out from a corner. This clay pot did not look special from the surface, but this thin cylindrical small clay pot still contained half a pot of top-grade spiritual tea, which made Lu Ping's eyes light up. Lu Ping pinched a little of the spiritual tea and put it under his nose to sniff it. It turned out to be the famous refreshing tea in the cultivation world. This kind of spiritual tea had great benefits for calming a cultivator's mind, and it was even beneficial for the cultivation of a cultivator's divine sense or divine thoughts. This kind of spiritual tea was extremely rare in the North Sea, almost on the verge of extinction. Only some Dharma adept Laozu who loved tea might have some in his collection. This spiritual tea had not decayed after thousands of years, and it seemed to be the effect of this clay pot. Lu Ping carefully examined this unusually coarse clay pot, and found that this clay pot actually had the same effect as the Infinite Wonder Jade Essence bottle that Lu Ping had seen in the North Sea Palace on Huanyu Island. That was, after thousands of years, the contents stored in the clay pot would not lose their effects. This inconspicuous clay pot was actually a spiritual magic treasure, but using it to store top-grade spiritual tea was overkill. Lu Ping placed the spiritual tea in the clay pot into a jade box, and then put the clay pot into his storage ring. At the same time, he pondered about other uses for the clay pot. After taking away everything that could be taken away, Lu Ping walked out of the attic and continued to walk towards the most central palace of the cave mansion. That should be the most important place in this cave mansion. At this moment, rumbling sounds of magic spells breaking restrictions could be heard coming from other directions. However, the rumbling sounds were only coming from two directions. Other than Qiao Weijie and Han Fei's violent method of breaking restrictions, the interval between Qian Shu and Yang Sanyang's rhythmic method of releasing magic spells had suddenly become longer. Moreover, the speed at which these two people were advancing had become much faster. Now they were already in front of Qiao Weijie and Yang Sanyang. Previously, there had been no sound coming from Immortal Shui Xiu's direction. The closer they were to the central palace, the more difficult it was to break the restriction traps set up by Qingjian Laozu. Although Lu Ping guessed that Immortal Shui Xiu was proficient in breaking formations and restrictions, it was impossible for him to use magic spells to forcibly break the restrictions. Now that the restrictions had become more complicated, Immortal Shui Xiu's journey was smooth sailing. Therefore, the only possibility was that Reverend Shui Xiu had already joined forces with Qian Shu and Yang Sanyang. This was also the reason why the speed of breaking the restrictive spells in the direction of Qian Shu and Yang Sanyang had caught up and surpassed Qiao Weijie and Yang Sanyang. Moreover, the interval between the sounds of magic spells breaking the restrictive spells had also lengthened. Thinking of this, Lu Ping instructed Samling and Xian Luan to pay attention to the counterattack of the restrictions in the surroundings. Then, he wielded the golden scale sword and slashed in the direction of the central palace. When one's swordsmanship was cultivated to an extremely high level, there was a saying, "No matter how many formations you have, I will only slash them with one sword." There was even an exaggerated title, "One sword to break all things." Legend had it that among the seventh patriarch of the heaven-splitting sect, Peng Laozu had the highest cultivation level, but Laozu had mastered the supreme magical power of one sword to break all things. He had suppressed Hu Laozu and Yuan Laozu, who had the same cultivation level as Laozu, and ranked second among the seventh patriarch of the heaven-splitting sect. Even though Laozu was also proficient in swordsmanship, he could only surpass Jiao Laozu by relying on the seven thunder gem gourd in his hand. Lu Ping's sword slash did not have the elegance of one sword to break all things, but these restriction techniques were also far from reaching the level of thousands of formations. Therefore, within a distance of 200 feet in front of Lu Ping, all the restrictions and traps were completely destroyed by the golden scale sword. However, the subsequent counterattack of the restrictions was also blocked by Samling and Xian Luan. However, these four immortal demon cultivators were thrown into confusion by the joint counterattack of dozens of restrictions. Xian Luan lost a dozen feathers, and Samling was also in an extremely miserable state. Many of the scales on his body were damaged, and dark red blood seeped out. Chapter 433. Lu Ping's sword cut out a passage of more than 200 feet. The central palace was close at hand, and in front of the central palace was a pool of several square feet. Lu Ping's divine thought seemed to capture something when the long sword cut the enchantment, but it seemed that he got nothing. Samling's scales behind Lu Ping suddenly opened, and the feathers on the neck of Cyan Phoenix also stood up for a while. It seemed to also notice some danger, but then the sharp eyes of the four spiritual pets became a little confused, and the dangerous breath that appeared before suddenly disappeared. Lu Ping's eyes shone with blue light, and he seemed to notice something again, but his hand still didn't move. At this moment, there was a sudden violent fluctuation of spiritual qi in the other two directions. Qiao Weijie's roar came over, and at the same time, there was the painful cry of immortal Yang Sanyang. "Not good, there are other people in this cave house." Lu Ping was shocked, and he just said, "Be careful." Lu Hai had already shouted and stood in front of Lu Ling. At the same time, the protective small magical power lit up, but it was immediately pierced, and then a stream of blood oozed from Lu Ping's shoulder. Lu Ling exclaimed, opened her mouth, and a black cold mist rushed to the front of Lu Hai. A short figure who was trying to escape was suddenly frozen in front of everyone. This black cold mist was the black ice fiend brought back from Frost Island by Lu Ping, and then he let Lu Ling condense it in her protective aura. The black ice fiend was an extremely good treasure among the strange things. Sure enough, the first time Lu Ling used it, she froze a cultivator of core forging stage in the black ice fiend. However, after all, the opponent's cultivation was no less than Lu Ling's. The black ice fiend only temporarily imprisoned the attacker, and then the attacker's spiritual power surged, and the ice covering his body suddenly cracked. However, in this moment, Lu Qing's wind-moving needle pierced into the cracks of the cracked ice. A shrill scream pierced everyone's ears. The layer of ice covering the body of the sneak attacker immediately cracked. A figure had just escaped when his body suddenly became faint, as if he was about to disappear into the air. Then, a blue halberd suddenly stabbed out from behind him, piercing through his abdomen. The attacker opened his mouth and seemed to scream, but his head had already flown up. Lu Ling, with an angry look, held a shining dagger in her hand and said fiercely, "How dare you hurt my second brother and make such an unpleasant sound, so noisy?" From beginning to end, it was Samling who dealt with the attacker. Other than the warning at the beginning, Lu Ping still stood with his back to Samling, as if he didn't care about what was happening behind him. He didn't even care that the opponent behind him might take the opportunity to stab him in the back. It was as if he had absolute confidence in Samling. Lu Ping wasn't the only one who didn't make a move. Even the Azure Phoenix circling above the three spirits was carefully scanning its surroundings with its sharp eyes, as if it was on guard against something. It didn't do anything to help the three spirits below. Debao was even faster. When Lu Ping's sword slashed down, the restriction on the ground seemed to have been cut open by the golden scale sword. Debao had already taken the opportunity to plunge into the ground, and no one knew where he went. The roars of the battle in the distance became more intense. At this time, not only was Qiao Weijie roaring, but enlightened Master Shui Xiu was also shouting. Standing in front of Samling, Lu Ping still didn't move. His eyes flashed with a green light from time to time, and his mind was constantly observing the surroundings. The situation of Samling and the others was actually under Lu Ping's observation. However, at some point, a small gourd with a dense aura appeared above his head. The green light suddenly converged from Lu Ping's eyes. The gourd above his head spun rapidly, and a burst of electric light flashed on the surface of the gourd. Then, the electric light that had been brewing for a long time shot out from the gourd, falling on the ground around Lu Ping and Samling. Countless electric lights flickered, forming a sea of thunder and lightning around Lu Ping and the others. Een thunder of gung metal, een thunder of een wood, een thunder of een water, een thunder of een earth, een ice, een thunder of een wind. At this moment, the Thunder Seven Treasures calabash finally revealed its ferocious appearance in the cultivation world. This treasure, once known as the number 1 divine artifact in the cultivation world, was now far less powerful than when Peng Laozu split the world apart. But how could the title of the number 1 divine artifact be undeserved? Even though the Een Thunder of Een Third Fire had not been formed due to the lack of 3 fire attribute natural wonders, the Thunder Seven Treasures calabash still had a long way to go before reaching minor success. Its current power was enough. Lu Ping stood in the middle of the sea of thunder and lightning. Small figures like the one that had attacked Lu Ling earlier screamed in the sea of thunder and lightning. Their bodies were entangled by the electric light, and they fell to the ground, twitching in all kinds of strange ways. Their screams were interrupted as soon as they could be heard. The Thunder Seven Treasures calabash was like a child that had obtained a treasure and needed to show off. After scattering the 6 electric lights around it, it happily jumped twice above Lu Ping's head. Satisfied, it disappeared into the sky and was put back into the core space by Lu Ping. The lightning in the surroundings disappeared, leaving only 12 twitching figures on the ground. 8 of them had already been killed by the 7 Treasures lightning calabash's 6 lightning attribute minor magical abilities. The remaining 4 figures also had all kinds of strange injuries on their bodies. After the thunder and lightning dissipated, the 4 seriously injured figures had a look of fear on their faces. They struggled to stand up and seemed to want to escape. The Azure Phoenix let out a crisp cry and flapped its wings. Another sea of fire swept out. 4 screams of despair rang out, and the 8 corpses on the ground were turned to ashes by Lu Qiner's Samadhi True Fire. Lu Ping helplessly looked at Lu Qiner, who was hovering proudly above his head. With this method of killing, he wouldn't be able to obtain any spoils of war in the end. Just as Lu Qiner was circling above everyone's heads, and just as she turned around, a figure that looked exactly the same as before suddenly appeared behind Lu Qiner with a ruthless expression on his face. He threw out a shimmering water rope towards Lu Qiner's neck. Mid-core forging stage? Lu Ping looked at the figure that was in a sorry state. It was obvious that the figure had escaped from the Thunder Seven Treasures calabash and Lu Qiner's Samadhi True Fire. He couldn't help but frown. These things really wouldn't rest until they were dead. Even in this situation they still risked their lives to attack. Just as the water rope whip was about to tighten around Lu Qiner's neck, a broken flag suddenly appeared above Lu Qiner's head. The flag shook and a wave suddenly surged out, firmly blocking the water rope whip. The cultivator holding the water rope whip was surprised. The soft water rope whip suddenly turned into a long spear and stabbed towards Lu Qiner again. However, the broken flag shook again and another wave surged out, blocking the water spear outside Lu Qiner's body. The short minor repairs cultivator turned around and saw the smiling Lu Ping. He immediately realized that everything was caused by the human in front of him. His ferocious expression made it seem as if he wanted to eat someone. He opened his mouth and let out a mournful roar. The water spear in his hand turned into a huge ghost head water blade and chopped down towards Lu Ping's head. However, the short minor repairs cultivator had only just leapt into the air when his ferocious expression suddenly froze. Next, a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Lowering his head, he saw that a sword had pierced a large hole through his chest. Blood flowed out like clear water from the wound. Behind the short minor repairs cultivator, the dark blue Netheraqua sword disappeared once more, and the short minor repairs cultivator fell to the ground. This time the Cyan Phoenix had learned its lesson. It unleashed a mouthful of flames to incinerate the cultivator on the ground into a clump of thick white smoke. However, the clump of flowing water formed from the large blade was not incinerated. Lu Ping held the clump of flowing water in his hand and examined it carefully. A look of interest appeared on his face. The clump of flowing water rolled back and forth in Lu Ping's palm and changed into various shapes. Although it was only a magic treasure that had condensed 3 treasures, it had many wonderful uses. Lu Ping glanced at Lu Hai, who had a longing look on his face, and could not help but laugh. This magic treasure looked gorgeous, but it was actually not very helpful to Lu Ping. So, he handed the water-like magic treasure to Lu Hai to refine. Seeing Lu Hai excitedly turn the clump of flowing water into a long halberd that was almost twice his height, Lu Ping shook his head and smiled bitterly. After all, he was still a child. Compared to a magic treasure, Lu Hai was more willing to see the clump of flowing water as a toy. An ice azura appeared on Frost Island, and then a water azura appeared inexplicably in this cave mansion. The situation in the world of cultivation is really getting more and more chaotic. Lu Ping knew that when the ice azura was first discovered on Frost Island, even his master Tianling Laozu did not look very good at that time. The blood condensation disciples on Frost Island did not even know what an azura was. Most of the core forging realm cultivators, such as Lu Ping, only knew about it at that time, and were warned by their respective sect masters not to spread this matter. Including the one that attacked Lu Ling at the beginning, a total of 14 water azuras appeared. 8 of them were equivalent to the blood condensation realm water azuras, and 1 of the 5 were equivalent to the core forging realm water azuras. 1 of them was killed by the Samling, and the other 4 were seriously injured by the 7 treasures thunder calabash. They were also burned clean by Lu Qiner's Samadhi true fire. The only core forging realm water azura sneakily attacked Lu Qiner, but it was also killed by the prepared Lu Ping. Lu Ping listened to the sporadic sounds of fighting from the other 2 directions. He knew that the water shura, like the ice shura, had a kind of innate ability that made it difficult for a cultivator's divine sense to detect them. The water shura that besieged the other 2 cultivators must have realized that they couldn't take them down by force, so they resorted to guerrilla warfare. The ice shura and water shura's relentless fighting style was the real headache. Qiao Weijia Shui Xiao, and the others were obviously being held back by the water shura. Lu Ping immediately snickered in his heart. It's not that I, Jinling, want to take everything for myself. It's your own incompetence. Don't blame me for this. Lu Ping's eyes shone with green light again. He looked at the pool in front of him, and then he seemed to find something. His footsteps paused for a moment, but he still walked toward the central palace in front of him. Chapter 434. Lu Ping had just walked past the small pool in front of the central palace when his divine thoughts suddenly relaxed. Lu Ping's heart tightened. From the small pool to the central palace, there was no longer any obstruction. Thinking of the sudden appearance of the water shura just now, these things obviously could not have come from the outside like they did. There was only one possibility. The group of water shura had directly entered the cave residence. Lu Ping looked back at the small pool behind him again. Just now when Lu Ping used his divine thoughts to explore, he discovered that the small pool, which was only a few dozen feet in radius, was actually bottomless. Even with Lu Ping's divine thoughts, it was difficult to find out where the small pool led to. Could it be that this group of water Shura appeared from the small pool? Lu Ping stepped into the central palace with doubts. Although he had previously used his divine thoughts to explore, at this time in the palace the things in the palace had already been looted by the water Shura, and it was impossible for there to be any more gains, but Lu Ping still could not help but come to have a look. Just as Lu Ping stepped into the central palace, the fighting sounds from the other two directions suddenly changed direction. Lu Ping paused at the entrance of the main hall. Only then did he realize that Shui Xiu, Qian Shu, and Yang Sanyang were blocking the sneak attack of the water Shura, while moving in the direction of Chao Weijie and the others. A moment later, Chao Weijie and Han Fei also seemed to notice something and moved in the direction of Shui Xiu and the others. This Han Fei seems to be not stupid, Lu Ping thought to himself. As for Chao Weijie, Lu Ping did not think that such a person would have such a brain. But in the eyes of Shui Xiu and the others, he did not know who came up with this idea. But in the eyes of Lu Ping, among the three of them, besides Yang Sanyang who was foppish, Shui Xiu was smart, and Qian Shu who looked simple and honest was also a fox inside. Either one of them could have come up with this idea. The combined strength of the five of them should be more than enough to fend off the water Shura. However, with the water Shura's low intelligence and its relentless nature, it would not be easy for the five of them to completely get rid of it. The central palace was already in a mess. Even though Lu Ping had noticed it in advance, he was still quite discouraged when he saw the scene. Lu Ping wandered around the palace and found the place where Lao Zu usually used to practice. The rich spiritual energy clearly told Lu Ping that this was the place where the whole cave residents gathered of the spiritual veins. Lu Ping roughly felt the concentration of the spiritual energy in this place. It was about 5 small spiritual veins. Lu Ping smiled in his heart and stamped his foot. A blue light immersed into the ground. Lu Ping waited for a moment, but there was no movement from the ground. Lu Ping felt a little strange. He stamped his foot again and a blue light more intense than before entered the ground, but Debao still did not come out of the ground. Lu Ping's expression changed, and he was about to walk out of the palace. But just as Lu Ping was about to leave the secret cultivation room, his body paused, as if he thought of something. He immediately turned around and carefully searched the cultivation room. Speaking of which, there was nothing special in Patriarch Clearstream's cultivation room. There was a praying mat used for meditation and a low wooden table with a teapot and teacups on it. There were no decorations around the cultivation room. Clearly, Patriarch Clearstream's cultivation room was similar to that of most cultivators, maintaining a simple and painstaking cultivation style. Lu Ping's divine telekinesis was constantly searching for something in the cultivation room. Finally, his eyes were fixed on the futon on the cultivation platform. The futon was clearly a top-grade magic artifact embedded with a spirit-gathering array. It was a good auxiliary artifact for cultivation. Lu Ping's own cultivation room had a similar auxiliary magic artifact. Lu Ping held the futon in his hand and carefully inspected it. His eyes flashed with cyan light. He lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Then a palm flashing with blue light struck the surface of the futon. The spirit-gathering array engraved on the surface of the futon collapsed, and the surface of the top-grade magic artifact was instantly torn apart. Lu Ping shook the futon in his hand and the broken pieces of the futon fell to the ground. A small stone tablet around 1 foot in length was revealed. The stone tablet was engraved with 3 bold and powerful words. Clear River Prefecture. Lu Ping chuckled and held the stone tablet in his hand. He activated the real elemental energy in his body, and a blue light overflowed from his palm. It extended towards the small stone tablet from top to bottom. When the small stone tablet was completely soaked in the blue light of Lu Ping's real elemental energy, the entire central palace suddenly trembled. Then, everything returned to normal. The blue light on the stone tablet immediately converged and the surface of the stone tablet returned to its original appearance. Lu Ping stood in the training room and stamped his foot again. After a while, Debao really drilled out from the ground. He looked at Lu Ping and barked twice unhappily. Then he spat out 3 miniature spirit-gathering pearls with a disdainful expression on his face. It was as if he was saying that such a cave with such a long history and a Dharma manifestation stage cultivator, Lao Tzu, only had 5 small spirit veins and only a few spirit-gathering pearls. Lu Ping did not have time to deal with Debao. He waved his hand and kept the 3 miniature spirit-gathering pearls. Then he placed the 2 small traction array plates made by Hu Lili on the 2 small spirit veins in the training room. Then he carefully engraved a traction array on them. He was ready to return to Huangli Island and guide 2 of the 6 spirit veins back. In the process of carving the array formation, Lu Ping discovered that the spirit veins in the cultivation room were definitely not just 6 small spirit veins. There should have been at least 1 mid-sized spirit vein. However, after 3,000 years, the mid-sized spirit veins were constantly being depleted due to the lack of a spirit-gathering artifact to suppress the spirit veins. After the miniature spirit veins and small spirit veins were let over, as long as a cultivator could casually imprison them, they could ensure that the spirit veins would not be lost for several years or even decades. However, once the spirit veins were condensed and became medium spirit veins, they could be easily imprisoned by cultivators. Only with the suppression of a spirit-gathering treasure could they prevent the medium spirit veins from collapsing. Lu Ping suddenly remembered the pottery shard that looked like a fragment of a spirit-gathering treasure that he had bought from Tsang Wu and the others at the Huangyu Island mortal market. He hurriedly took it out from his storage ring. At that time, Lu Ping had suspected that this pottery shard was a fragment of a spirit-gathering treasure. Now, it seemed that his suspicions were confirmed. As for why this spirit-gathering treasure had appeared in the belly of the mountain above the underground cave, it was easy to explain. Not only could a spirit-gathering treasure leave the medium spirit veins for a short period of time, it could also gather a portion of the spirit chi for the cultivator's use. When Qingjian Laozi was undergoing his tribulation in the belly of the mountain, he had brought this spirit-gathering treasure with him. At the critical moment of the tribulation, he had absorbed the spirit chi to recover the inner yuan in his body. However, it was obvious that he had failed at the last moment. Not only did he turn into ashes, but all the spirit-gathering treasures that he had brought with him were also destroyed. In his inheritance, Qingjian Laozi had repeatedly said that he would not be able to survive the tribulation of the mid-dharma stage, but in the end, he still wanted to take a gamble. Just as Lu Ping was carving the matrix, Qiao Weijie and the others finally met up. With the 5 of them working together, the water shura that relied on stealth and sneak attacks were no match for them. At the same time, with the 5 of them working together, they were able to break through the seal much faster. Soon they arrived at the pool in front of the central palace. When they arrived, they realized that the seal in front of the central palace had already been broken. The 5 of them looked at each other and immediately ran into the palace. At the same time, the ones who ran the most were Qiao Weijie and Yang Sanyang. As Qiao Weijie ran, he was still urging them, "Hurry, hurry, or the treasures inside will be taken away by the people of Jinling." Although Yang Sanyang did not say anything, his feet ran even faster. Qian Shu and Han Fei were both a little helpless. Shui Xiao Zhenren looked at the small pool in front of the palace discreetly, then followed the others into the palace. Just as Lu Ping finished carving the last talisman of the traction matrix on the ground, Qiao Weijie had already found the entrance to the training room. Seeing that Lu Ping was here, he immediately said angrily, "Lu, where are the treasures in this palace? You Jinling want to take all the treasures for yourself. Aren't you afraid of being stuffed to death?" As Qiao Weijie spoke, he flashed a magic weapon in his hand. It seemed that he would immediately start a fight if there was any disagreement. Then Yang Sanyang also chased after him. Without saying anything, he immediately took out a magic weapon that looked like a jade ruler and stood beside Qiao Weijie. However, he looked much more embarrassed. Yang Sanyang was the only early-stage core forging cultivator among the group. When they were attacked by Water Azura earlier, Water Azura actually knew that a persimmon should be pinched by the weak, so the first surprise attack was aimed at Yang Sanyang. At this time, Yang Sanyang's appearance was as embarrassing as it could be. His long robe had been pierced by countless holes, blood was oozing from his left arm and right leg, and even his buttocks had been stabbed. Then Shui Xiao Zhenren, Han Fei and Qian Shu also rushed into the secret room. When they saw the situation in the secret room, they did not say anything. When Lu Ping saw that the 5 people had arrived, he slowly stood up and asked Shui Xiuzhenren next to him. What did Shui Xiuzhenren say? When Qiao Weijie saw that Lu Ping had turned a blind eye to his words just now, he immediately felt that he was being despised by Lu Ping. His face turned red, and he pointed at Lu Ping and scolded, "Son of a bitch, this time our 4 sects have joined forces to explore this cave mansion. Before coming here, each of us has informed the elders of each sect. You Jinling want to monopolize the treasures in the central palace. Aren't you afraid that the other 3 sects will join forces to condemn you?" Lu Ping's knife-like gaze forced Qiao Weijie to not dare to look directly at him. The words that came out of his mouth were also fearful, but he did not want to show his timidity in front of Lu Ping, so he insisted on finishing his words. However, in the ears of the others, Qiao Weijie's voice, which was previously aggressive, was getting softer and softer, even becoming weak. Yang Sanyang, who had been holding the jade ruler tightly, could not help but loosen his grip. He glanced at the Xianling sect cultivator next to him with slight disappointment. Lu Ping still could not be bothered to look at Qiao Weijie. He still looked at Shui Xiuzhenren and said, "Shui Xiuzhenren, do you really have nothing to say?" Shui Xiuzhenren said indifferently, "There is a pile of dust in the central palace. There are no signs of a recent rebellion. Obviously, before Brother Lu came here, this place had already been plundered by someone." Qiao Weijie was stunned when he heard this. Then his face turned blood red. He turned his head and glared at Shui Xiu, then turned to look at Lu Ping, as if he had suffered a great humiliation. Shui Xiuzhenren, Qian Shu, and Yang Sanyang left Qiao Weijie's side without a trace, leaving Han Fei standing there awkwardly. Qiao Weijie still did not notice it. The atmosphere in the cultivation room became a little subtle. Lu Ping was bold and skillful, so the others did not dare to make the first move. Qiao Weijie originally wanted to instigate the other 2 sects to fight against Lu Ping. He did not expect that Lu Ping would easily resolve the situation. Instead, Qiao Weijie was isolated. After a while, Shui Xiuzhenren broke the silence and said, "There are 6 spirit veins here. Senior Brother Lu has monopolized 2 of the best ones. Isn't this a little unreasonable?" Chapter 435. Lu Ping looked at Dao Master Shui Xiu and said with a smile, "Then according to Fairy's opinion, how should this spirit vein be divided?" Without waiting for Dao Master Shui Xiu to speak, Dao Master Yang Sanyang had already jumped out impatiently and shouted, "That goes without saying. There are a total of 6 people in this cave dwelling this time. Naturally, 1 for each person." As soon as Dao Master Yang Sanyang's voice fell, Dao Master Shui Xiu's expression was rather displeased. Lu Ping still had a faint smile on his face, while Qiao Weijie simply sneered. Han Fei gave Dao Master Yang Sanyang a very strange look. Qian Shu couldn't stand it anymore at this time. He pulled on Dao Master Yang Sanyang's sleeve and coughed, saying, "My CU sect can't compare to the 10 great sections. Us 2 brothers only need to obtain a small spirit vein." Yang Sanyang still had an indignant expression on his face, but was firmly held back by Dao Master Qian Shu. What kind of status did CU sect have that it could actually be mentioned in the same breath as the 10 great sects? Did they think that they could get a bigger share of the loot just because 2 people came this time? Lu Ping didn't need to think to know that if Yang Sanyang still didn't know what was good for him and wanted to divide it according to the number of people, then Lu Ping, Qiao Weijie, Shui Xiu, and Han Fei would first join forces to expel these 2 brothers from this underground cave dwelling. The 10 great sects were the true privileged class of the North Sea. Even if Jinling and Xianling sect fought to the death for the position of overlord of the North Sea, and the other 8 great sects also had their own ulterior motives, the privileges of the 10 great sects in the North Sea still couldn't be challenged by others. The fact that CU sect could participate in the exploration of the cave dwelling this time was already the 10 great sects giving them a way out. If they still didn't know what was good for them and tried in vain to eat more, then Lu Ping and the others would definitely first exclude these 2 people, and then rediscuss the distribution of the 6 spirit veins. Daoist Qian Shu had obviously seen through this, which was why he didn't dare to have the slightest intention of overstepping in front of the 10 great sections. He would first occupy a spirit vein in a well-behaved manner. In this way, with the strength of the 2 core forging Daoist masters of Yuhai sect, they would instead play a very important role in balancing the disciples of Lu Ping and the other great sections. At that time the role of Yu Hai sect would be manifested. Seeing that the Sea Tribulation sect knew when to stop, everyone didn't say anything more. Qiao Weijie said coldly, "Let's give up a spirit vein and divide it again. In this way we won't hurt the harmony between us. Otherwise, aren't you afraid that Brother Lu will be stuffed after eating too much?" Lu Ping laughed and said, "I guess the 5 of you have only broken through the Water Shura's encirclement and arrived here. You didn't kill all of them, right?" Water Shura? Were they the cultivators who were extremely skilled in the invisibility technique? Are they called Azuras? What kind of organization is this? Lu Ping saw that Qiao Weijie's face was a little blank, and knew that he didn't know anything about the Water Shura. Not only him, but Han Fei and the others next to him also looked confused. Only Daoist Shui Xiu seemed to be in deep thought, as if she knew something about the Water Shura. Lu Ping didn't explain but just smiled and said, "When you return to the sect, you can ask your masters about the Water Shura. But are you sure that those Azuras won't follow you here after being repelled?" Qiao Weijie and the others were startled, and then their expressions changed greatly. Qiao Weijie instantly propped up his protective aura, and at the same time, he turned his hand and slashed out a 3-meter-long flaming saber. It seemed that the entire palace would tremble with the slash of the flaming saber. The flaming saber didn't hit anyone, but the burning flames swept to both sides. In a burst of ear-piercing screams, 2 Water Shuras in the core forging stage jumped far away, and then their figures quickly dimmed, as if they were about to disappear into the air again. Reverend Shui Xiu took a step back, and blocked the entrance of the cultivation room. Then he raised both of his hands, and a puff of white mist pervaded the passageway in front of the cultivation room's entrance. Some of the mist even covered the ground with a layer of white dust. Daoist Shui Xiu carefully examined the movement in the white mist, and suddenly pointed to the left and said, 10 feet. Daoist Han Fei, who was next to him, clenched his fist and lightly punched. There was a turbulence in the white mist, and suddenly there was a scream of pain from 10 feet away. Daoist Han Fei immediately punched a second time, but there was only the turbulence in the white mist. Obviously the Azura was no longer there. Daoist Shui Xiu pointed to the dome of the palace above and said, 7 feet. Without saying anything, Daoist Qianshu suddenly extended 3 tree vines from a branch in his hand, and curled them towards the place 7 feet away. The 3 tree vines shook violently, and there was an ear-piercing screech. Daoist Qianshu said happily, "Got it." Daoist Yang Sanyang, who was next to him, was injured, but his muscles and bones weren't hurt. He smiled ferociously, and looked in the direction that Daoist Qianshu's tree vines had dragged him over, and slashed with the jade ruler in his hand. The 3 tree vines that were curled together suddenly unraveled, and a puff of clear water scattered everywhere. Obviously, the captured Water Shura had been cut into 2 by Daoist Yang Sanyang's jade ruler. However, before Daoist Yang Sanyang could enjoy the pleasure of killing the enemy, he heard Lu Ping say from behind, "Be careful." Daoist Yang Sanyang's heart skipped a beat, and he heard Daoist Shui Xiu say urgently, "Be careful, Daoist Yang." Daoist Yang Sanyang knew something was wrong, and quickly retreated. At the same time, his body burned with 3 different colored flames. Daoist Qianshu, who was next to him, had yet to retract the tree vines in his hand, and Daoist Qiao Weijie, who was on the other side, was chasing a Water Shura that he had set his eyes on earlier, and didn't even look at him. Daoist Yang Sanyang was filled with hatred, and the 3-colored flame shield was instantly extinguished by half. A human silhouette appeared, and its 4-foot-long body was holding a magic treasure short sword that flickered with a gloomy light. It stabbed towards Daoist Yang Sanyang's heart. At this moment Daoist Yang Sanyang had no time to summon a defensive magic treasure, and could only do his best to move his body sideways, hoping that the sword would not stab into his core space. Just as Daoist Yang Sanyang was about to resign himself to his fate, he heard a pew sound in front of him. It was very different from the sound of a sharp blade entering a body that Daoist Yang Sanyang usually heard. When Daoist Yang Sanyang looked over, he saw a small wave surging out of thin air in front of his chest. The Water Shura's sharp blade stabbed into it, but it was firmly blocked and could not go any further. Although Daoist Yang Sanyang was a playboy, he was even more ruthless. Seeing that he had escaped death, He smashed the water shura's head with the jade ruler in front of him into a rotten watermelon with juice splattering everywhere. Taoist Yang Sanyang thought that it was Taoist Shui Xiu who had helped him, and turned to look to thank her. However, he saw Taoist Shui Xiu looking at the top of his head in surprise. When Taoist Yang Sanyang looked up, he saw a small black flag fall into Lu Ping's hands. Taoist Yang Sanyang said in a muffled voice, "Thanks," and ignored Lu Ping. Lu Ping did not mind. On the other side, a water shura that was seriously injured by Qiao Weijia was about to escape when a muffled sound was heard. It was Taoist Han Fei who was suddenly attacked by two water shura. Taoist Shui Xiu had only noticed one spot, and Taoist Han Fei was caught off guard by a water shura's kick that broke his protective upstanding qi. He felt a tightness in his chest and a sweet taste in his throat. He was already injured. Taoist Han Fei tried his best to resist the two water shuras, but he was in dire straits and was surrounded by danger. Qiao Weijia looked at Han Fei, who was not far away, and shot out 3 flaming blades in a row, but none of them were used to help Han Fei out. The 3 flaming blades formed a triangular shape and killed the severely injured water shura. When he turned around to help Han Fei, he saw that Taoist Shui Xiu had already helped Han Fei out of the siege of the two water shuras. When Qiao Weijia saw that Han Fei was fine, he turned around to look at the water shura that he had killed. The water shura's body had turned into a pool of clear water and seeped into the ground, leaving behind a glowing luminous pearl on the ground. It was obviously not an ordinary item. Qiao Weijia was delighted and wanted to pick up the pearl on the ground, but he did not notice that Taoist Han Fei, who had temporarily repelled the attack of the water shura with the help of Taoist Shui Xiu, was looking at Qiao Weijia's back with a hint of dissatisfaction. However, just as Qiao Weijia was about to pick up the pearl on the ground left behind by the water shura, the ground where the pearl was located suddenly cracked open. The pearl rolled into the crack, and then the crack on the ground closed again as Qiao Weijia roared angrily. Lu Ping, who was standing in the middle of his cultivation, could not help but smile when he saw Taoist Qiao Weijia angrily smashing 3 large pits on the ground. At this moment, Taoist Shui Xiu seemed to have thought of something and said anxiously, "Oh no, these water shura probably came out from the small pool in front of the palace. If that's the case, we can't stay here any longer. There are more and more opponents on our side. We should first divide the 4 spiritual veins that have not been engraved with the traction formation. Otherwise, when more water shura come, we will only die here, and then we won't even get this little benefit." How could Qiao Weijia agree? He was about to refuse, but he saw that Taoist Han Fei had already placed a traction formation plate on one of the spiritual veins, and engraved a traction formation leading to the Flying Feather sect. After Taoist Han Fei finished engraving, he took over Taoist Shui Xiu's place to resist the water shura's attack. Taoist Shui Xiu glanced at Lu Ping, who was helping the others to resist the water shura from time to time. She saw Lu Ping turn his head and smile at her. Taoist Shui Xiu also chose a spiritual vein to place the traction formation and formation plate, but she knew in her heart that she was no match for this Jinling disciple from the beginning to the end. This time Jinling had the upper hand again. The traction formation for the Cu sect's spiritual veins was engraved by Taoist Yang Sanyang. Qiao Weijia originally wanted to take advantage of Xianling sect's status to share a portion of Lu Ping's spiritual veins equally, but in the end, no one had the time to support him. He had no choice but to reluctantly engrave the traction formation on the last remaining spiritual vein. However, he already had the urge to curse in his heart. Because of the previous people's selection, when it came to Qiao Weijia, the last remaining spiritual vein was dry and astringent. After Xianling sect drew it back, they would have to spend a large amount of money to nourish it before it could be used. Otherwise, this spiritual vein might be wasted or reduced to a mini-spiritual vein. Qiao Weijia was just about to open his mouth to question when he saw Lu Ping and the others suddenly break out of the palace in unison. If Qiao Weijia delayed any longer, he might be abandoned by the others and would have to face the water shura's siege alone. Qiao Weijia's face alternated between red and light. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but he didn't dare to slow down at all. After he finished engraving the traction formation, he hurriedly placed the formation plate and rushed towards the others. On the surface of the sea, the people who had finally broken out of the water shura's siege released a sound-transmitting magic sword to their respective sects. and immediately went their separate ways. Lu Ping also released 2 sound-transmitting magic swords to Jinling. One was directed to Shuelan Palace on Huanyu Island, which was the closest to this place, and the other was directed in the direction of Huangli Island. However, after everyone had left, Lu Ping made a big circle on the surface of the sea. After confirming that no one was following him, he once again snuck back into Lao Zu's cave abode in the clear stream. Chapter 436. After leaving the cave dwelling with Qiao Weijie and the others, Lu Ping also brought Songwu out with him. He instructed Songwu to return to Huanyu Island first, then use the teleportation formation there to meet up with his companions on Huangli Island. After that, Lu Ping returned to the underground cave dwelling alone. This is the water-repelling moon pearl? Lu Ping watched as Debao limped out from the ground. He then handed the spirit pearl that he snatched from Qiao Weijie's subordinates to Lu Ping. When Debao snatched the spirit pearl, although he escaped quickly, he was still snatching food from the hands of a core forging cultivator. Qiao Weijie's angry attack still injured Debao. Lu Ping didn't expect this pearl to be a famous treasure in the ocean. The water-repelling moon pearl. The water-repelling moon pearl was also a natural treasure. Strictly speaking, it was also a kind of natural treasure. However, no cultivator was willing to use this natural treasure to refine their protective aura or condense various divine abilities. This was because it was simply a waste of a natural treasure. The water-repelling moon pearl itself had a simple effect that all cultivators coveted, and that was water-repelling. For cultivators, water-repelling was a very simple spell. However, for hundreds of meters of seawater, it required the full effort of a blood condensation cultivator. For more than 100 meters of seawater, only a core forging cultivator might be able to use the water-repelling spell. Once the sea depth exceeded 1,000 meters, then it would require a Dharma manifestation cultivator to survive. Of course, some magic treasures with water-repelling effects could greatly increase the effect of a cultivator's diving ability. However, after a certain depth, the huge water pressure would weaken the effect of these magic treasures, or even render them ineffective. However, all of this was not possible with the water-repelling moon pearl. It could be said that a cultivator with the water-repelling moon pearl could dive to any depth of the sea without worrying about the huge water pressure crushing the cultivator into a meat patty. Of course, there were often fierce underwater beasts and demon cultivators hidden deep in the sea. However, it depended on the cultivator's ability to avoid them. The water-repelling moon pearl did not have a way to hide from deep-sea beasts and demon cultivators. The boundless ocean was a boundless treasure trove. Even the sea monsters who lived in the ocean all year round didn't dare to say they understood the ocean well. There were countless dangerous places in the deep sea that even the sea monsters would hesitate to venture into. There might be rich cultivation resources hidden in those places, but as long as Lu Ping had the water-repelling moon pearl, he would be qualified to enter any dangerous place in the deep sea. Although the water-repelling moon pearl only had the effect of repelling water, this alone was better than the other treasures. At least, it paved the way for Lu Ping to enter the dangerous underwater areas and search for treasures. Of course, the most important thing was that a cultivator had to have the strength to survive in the dangerous areas. For some reason, after Lu Ping returned to the clear stream, Water Shura did not appear again. Lu Ping's divine sense was constantly conducting the most detailed search in the surroundings. His eyes were also flickering with green light, but he did not find any trace of Water Shura. At this moment, the ground of the cave suddenly began to tremble. Lu Ping walked towards the central palace, and saw that the spiritual energy in the cultivation room was rapidly decreasing. The traction formation engraved on a small spiritual vein shone brightly, and the traction formation plate placed in the center of the traction formation suddenly exploded. As the ground shook, the spiritual vein of Xianling's sect was moved away. After the first time, the second time came immediately. Amidst the rumbling of the ground, the spiritual vein occupied by Hai Yu sect was also moved away. After that, it was the turn of the two spiritual veins of Jinling. It was not good for Lu Ping to keep them all to himself, so one was led to Huangli Island by Hu Lili, while the other was taken by Tianshui Laozu of Snow Mist Palace. Although the one who put in the effort for this trip to the Clear Stream Cave was Lu Ping, if it were not for the checks and balances between the various sects on Huanyu Island and Laozu, It would not be just the 6 of them who came to the cave to explore. When the Flying Feather sect, which was the furthest away from here, also moved a spiritual vein, Lu Ping chuckled and took out a stone that was about a foot long from his storage ring. It was the stone tablet that had the words Clear Stream Cave carved on it. In fact, when Lu Ping first entered the central palace of the Clear Stream Cave, he had a very strange feeling. He had entered and exited his teacher's Chonghua Palace several times, especially after Lu Tianling achieved Dharma idol Laozu. The palace of Chonghua Palace seemed to have been refined into a spatial artifact by Lu Tianling and Laozu. Although it was still placed on the small island in the middle of Tianling Mountain, every time Lu Ping entered it, he would arrive at the top of Tianling Mountain's main peak. This time, after Lu Ping entered the central palace, Lu Ping had a vague feeling in his heart, especially when he used his qi as a signal in the training room to summon Debao, who was underground. However, Debao did not notice, which further proved Lu Ping's guess. Since this central palace was very likely a spatial artifact refined by Laozu, then there must be a mansion-guarding stone tablet in this palace, and this mansion-guarding stone tablet was the one that Lu Ping found on the praying mat in the training room. After exiting the palace, Lu Ping took out the mansion-guarding stone tablet that he had refined. After another earthquake, the huge central palace had shrunk to the size of the House of Gold, and it flew towards Lu Ping's hand. Lu Ping thought for a moment, and simply put the central palace into the House of Gold. Compared to a large spatial artifact like the House of Gold, the central palace was just a toy. Lu Ping directly landed the palace on the top of a small mountain in the middle of the House of Gold, which saved Lu Ping the trouble of building another palace on top of it. However, just as Lu Ping put away the central palace, the entire cave dwelling suddenly shook violently. The rumbling sounds grew louder and louder. The remaining seals in the underground cave dwelling began to crumble, and the protective array formation around the cave dwelling also began to crumble. Lu Ping thought to himself, oh no, this palace should be the main hub of the protective formation of the entire cave. After Lu Ping put it away, all the formations and restrictions in the cave collapsed. At that moment, the seawater must have flowed into the cave, and the place was about to be flooded by seawater. Although Lu Ping felt it was a pity that this underground cave was destroyed, it was obvious that Laozu had spent a lot of effort to build this cave. However, the collapse of the cave would not cause any danger to him at all. Not to mention, he had the water prevention pearl in his hand. Even without the pearl, this place was only about 100 feet away from the sea. For a cultivator like Lu Ping who practiced water attribute cultivation, it was not dangerous at all. However, after thinking about it, Lu Ping put Debao away and released Samling. Then, he took Samling and jumped into the small pool in front of the palace. As soon as Lu Ping jumped into the pool, the water churned violently and then calmed down. A huge amount of seawater suddenly poured in from the underground tunnel, and the underground cave began to accumulate water. The water level was getting higher and higher, and in less than half an hour, the entire cave was submerged by seawater. As soon as Lu Ping jumped into the small pool, he was attacked by 2 water Asuras. However, they were only Asuras at the peak of the blood condensation realm. Without Lu Ping having to do anything, the 2 Asuras were killed by the angry Samling. The water Shura was a ghost in the water, but the Emerald Sea Spirit Snake was also an overlord in the water. Although the water Shura's strange invisibility ability became more powerful in the water, the Emerald Sea Spirit Snake's strength in the water was also a level higher, not to mention that the 3 spirits were at the core forging stage. However, after killing the 2 water Asuras, Lu Ping and the others did not encounter any more sneak attacks from the water Asuras. Lu Ping's eyes flashed with a green light as he constantly looked around. He also concentrated his divine telekinesis within a radius of more than 100 feet around him, carefully identifying the movement of the water. However, he still did not find any trace of the water Asuras. Could it be that the water Asuras retreated on their own after Lu Ping, and the others discovered this place and were unable to kill them? The more Lu Ping thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Ever since the existence of the Ice Asuras was discovered on Frost Island, Lu Ping vaguely heard that some of the late core forging realm cultivators from his sect often went out in secret. When they returned, the disciples of the sect found that they carried a murderous aura all over their bodies. Some of the late core forging realm cultivators were inexplicably injured. When the disciples tried to ask about it, they were all sternly stopped by these late core forging realm cultivators. Not only Jinling sect, but it seemed that the 10 great sects of the North Sea, as well as some large sects and clans like the Haiyu sect, all had rumors of late core forging realm cultivators going out on secret missions. In the beginning, all the cultivators guessed that the North Sea cultivators were targeting the demon race, but there was no news from the demon race. Logically speaking, such a large-scale raid by late core forging realm cultivators on the demon race would definitely be earth-shattering. However, both the human and demon races kept their mouths shut, causing other cultivators to be puzzled. Could it be that these cultivators went out to search for the traces of the Asuras? Thinking of the information he received about the Asuras from his teacher, Lu Ping had a faint guess in his heart. This was probably the reason why the water Asuras had retreated. Once Lu Ping and the others retreated and sent the news back to the sect, perhaps there would be late core forging realm cultivators coming to investigate. If the water Asuras did not retreat, they would be greeted with a disaster. Lu Ping continued to dive for dozens of feet, but still did not reach the bottom of the small pool. The pressure in the water was increasing. Although it was not far from Lu Ping's limit, Lu Ping had the Aqua Moon Pearl in hand, so he naturally would not waste his true essence to resist the heavy pressure of the sea. The Aqua Moon Pearl quietly hung above Lu Ping's head. The soft light like moonlight formed a colorful shield around Lu Ping's body. Following Lu Ping's thoughts, he continued to dive to the bottom of the sea. After diving for nearly 2,000 feet, Lu Ping was now more than 3,000 feet away from the surface of the sea. Finally, he saw the bottom of the small pool. At the narrow and rugged bottom, there was a pitch-black hole that was obviously newly opened. He did not know where it led to. This must be the reason why the water Asuras were able to sneak into the clear stream cave abode. At this time, Lu Ping did not pay attention to the pitch-black hole. Instead, he focused on the other side of the bottom, on a slightly flatter ground that was filled with countless silt. There were obviously a few stone pillars here that were man-made, although it was difficult to see them because of the silt. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ping pushed away the 5 feet thick silt. A small long-distance teleportation array with a radius of 3 feet appeared in front of Lu Ping. Lu Ping sucked in a breath of cold air, his face filled with surprise and anticipation. Chapter 437. The transmitting formation was small because it could only transport one cultivator at a time. The transmitting formation was a long-distance one because its destination was the cultivation world of the central region, which Lu Ping had been longing for a long time. Lu Ping cleaned up the transmitting formation completely. He found that although it had been there for thousands of years, the transmitting formation was still in good condition. Judging from the traces of the transmitting formation's construction, it was obviously the work of Qingjian Laozu, and Qingjian Laozu was actually a cultivator from the central region. Lu Ping suppressed his ecstasy and carefully examined the transmitting formation to see if it could still be used. The result was obviously to Lu Ping's satisfaction, but it also made his heart ache. There were a total of 13 grooves on the ground of the transmitting formation that needed to be inlaid with spirit stones. In addition to the surrounding 12 grooves, which needed 12 top-grade spirit stones, the most central groove needed a top-grade spirit stone. In other words, when Lu Ping went to the central region alone, he would need a top-grade spirit stone and 12 top-grade spirit stones, not to mention the return trip. A top-grade spirit stone was something that could only be used by Dharma Laozu. Lu Ping now had a top-grade spirit stone in his possession, which was enough for him to go to the central region once. But Lu Ping did not know when he would get a second top-grade spirit stone. Although the central region was known as the Holy Land of the cultivation world, top-grade spirit stones were not common among core forging cultivators. Although Lu Ping was filled with yearning for the cultivation world in the Central Plains, he couldn't just leave before he was fully prepared. Thinking of this, Lu Ping went to another direction at the bottom of the small pool. Samling had entered the cave that the water Shura had opened up while Lu Ping was cleaning up the transmitting formation. At this moment, with Samling's speed, he would have swum dozens of miles away if he had not been attacked by the water Shura. Just as Lu Ping arrived at the entrance of the cave, Lu Linger had already returned from the entrance and said something to Lu Ping. Lu Ping was quite surprised. He immediately returned to the transmitting formation and covered it up with the mud at the bottom of the pool. Even the conspicuous stone pillars were disguised by Lu Ping. According to Lu Linger's explanation, it seemed that there was a lair of the water shura at the other end of the tunnel, but it was currently being surrounded. Lu Ping suddenly understood. No wonder all the water shura in the underground cave suddenly retreated. Previously, when Lu Ping entered the small pool, he was only attacked by 2 water shura at the peak of the blood condensation realm. It turned out that they were not afraid of being surrounded by human cultivators again, but because their lair was being attacked. Lu Ping thought for a moment, then took out a set of armor from his storage ring. It was actually a simple set of armor made of stone. He put it on and put Lu Linger into the House of Gold. This set of stone armor was made from 2 mysterious stone slabs that Lu Ping had taken down from the entrance of the Land of 100 Flowers in the perished Mystery Land. These 2 stone slabs had the magical effect of blocking cultivators' divine sense. Lu Ping once wanted to give them to Chen Lian to forge a set of magic tools that could block cultivators' divine sense. Unfortunately, Chen Lian did not know what these 2 stone slabs were, so he could not forge them. In the end, he could only make a simple set of stone armor out of one of the 2 large stone slabs, which Lu Ping used to wear. The other piece was still in Chen Lian's hands. He wanted to see if he could find another way to forge it into a magic tool. The pitch-black underwater cave led to dozens of miles away. It took Lu Ping a lot of effort to walk out of the tunnel. The faint rumbling of spells coming from the seawater made Lu Ping feel that the encirclement of the water shura was coming to an end. Lu Qing and Lu Hai, who were waiting at the entrance of the cave, briefly explained the situation to Lu Ping. Lu Ping also put them into the House of Gold. Then, following the complicated underwater terrain, he quietly sneaked in the direction of the battle. When Lu Ping sneaked near the battlefield, the battle was already over. Only 2 figures were left. When Lu Ping looked at them, his heart was pounding. Lu Ping knew one of them, while the other looked to be in his 30s. Although Lu Ping did not know the other cultivator, what he said scared Lu Ping. The cultivator said casually, "Brother-in-law, how is my nephew?" The other person was none other than the Jinling immortal, Li Xianin. He said coldly, "Chuer is fine. You don't have to worry about this." Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. Yin Zichu was actually the son of Li Xianin. Why did no one in the sect know that? Why was Yin Zichu's surname Yin and not Li? Lu Ping knew that he might have accidentally uncovered some secret of his sect's senior. The friar seemed to have expected Li Xuanin's reaction. He just smiled and said, "I think the human race has already discovered the appearance of the water shura. Brother-in-law, I'm afraid you came here to purposely exterminate the water shura tribe, right?" The friar seemed to know that Li Xianin couldn't be bothered to answer such questions. He just said to himself, "I didn't expect to meet you here. Speaking of which, you and I haven't seen each other for 50 years since my sister passed away." Although Li Xianin didn't say anything, Lu Ping still saw a flash of sadness in Li Xuanin's eyes when the cultivator mentioned, "My sister passed away. If there's nothing else, I need to return to the sect." Li Xianin obviously didn't want to say anything more to the cultivator in front of him. The water under his feet surged, and his body slowly floated to the surface of the sea. "Wait!" The cultivator shouted and said, "Li Xianin, do you still remember my sister's death?" Li Xianin, who was about to leave, stopped abruptly in the sea. He said to the cultivator coldly, "The death of my wife is absolutely irreconcilable." "Fine." The cultivator laughed coldly. "Why do you think I'm here?" Li Xuanin's eyes narrowed, and he said coldly, "You came specially to find me?" The cultivator nodded and said, "Although it's really difficult to find your whereabouts and my previous guesses failed several times, I finally guessed it this time." "Speak," Li Xianin said coldly. The cultivator seemed to know what Taoist Li Xianin meant. He nodded and his lips moved as if he was saying something. Taoist Li Xianin just stood there with a bleak expression. After the cultivator finished speaking, Taoist Li Xianin raised his head and nodded. The cultivator seemed to be very happy and said, "Although it's dangerous this time, if we plan it properly, we might have a chance to kill him. Besides, in terms of stealth and assassination, how many people in the North Sea can compare to brother-in-law?" Li Xianin didn't comment. Li Xianin smiled bitterly. I really don't know why my sister fell for a boring weirdo like you. Seeing that the cultivator had finished speaking, Li Xianyin directly said, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. After saying that, he ignored the cultivator and went straight to the surface of the sea. After Reverend Li Xianyin left, the cultivator continued to stand there. It was unknown what he was thinking. After a while, the cultivator released a long sigh and shook his head. He mumbled something to himself and his figure flashed across the ocean before disappearing into the ocean. In the distance, under a small trench, Lu Ping, clad in his stone armor, hid in the seaweed and remained motionless. After a while, Lu Ping's pupils abruptly shrank. The figure that had just disappeared suddenly reappeared in the same spot. The cultivator looked around to make sure he wasn't discovered. Then, he came to a valley in an underwater mountain range and cleared out a small teleportation array in a corner of the seaweed. The cultivator inserted a few spirit stones into the teleportation formation plate, and the teleportation formation flashed with light. The cultivator then disappeared from the teleportation formation. The seaweed that the cultivator had stirred up from the bottom of the sea fell back down, once again covering up the small teleportation formation. Lu Ping stood up from the seaweed and looked at the battlefield that had been turned into a mess by the annihilation of the water Shura. He then cleaned out the small teleportation formation that the cultivator had used previously. After a careful look, he found that the teleportation formation's furthest distance was only 5,000 miles, but he didn't know where it would be teleported to. Why would this person build a teleportation formation here? If this teleportation formation had existed before the establishment of the water Shura's lair that had just been annihilated, then it would be fine. However, if this teleportation formation was built after the establishment of the water Shura's lair, then this matter was worth discussing. Lu Ping thought about it. He didn't know if he should inform immortal Li Xianyin about this teleportation formation, so he simply ignored him. Lu Ping returned from the cave to the small pool in the cave mansion, and then tried to perform the art of changing seas and mulberry fields. Although it was far from the level of changing seas and mulberry fields, it was enough to collapse the passage that connected to the outside. Lu Ping returned to the hall in the belly of the mountain. At this moment, including the underground cave mansion, the entire dojo that Qingjian Laozu had opened had been submerged in the seawater. Lu Ping closed the passage on the ground of the hall in the belly of the mountain, and then came out from the cave entrance in the middle of the underwater mountain range. After covering up the cave entrance again, he broke through the sea surface and flew towards Huanyu Island. Upon reaching the Snow Mist Palace, Lu Ping went to pay a visit to Tianshui Laozu, and told her about his experience in the cave mansion. Then he passed Qingjian Laozu's inheritance and the formula for the vitality due to Tianshui Laozu. Tianshui Laozu said happily, "Not bad." This Qingjian Laozu was a rather famous figure in the North Sea back then. It's just that his temperament was similar to Tianlin's. He was also like a wild crane that lived a leisurely life. It's not bad that he didn't want to leave behind an inheritance. A middle-stage Dharma cultivation technique in our sect is only one grade lower than the 5 true inheritances. And this vitality dew, although we have the formula for the 5 years longevity pill, this vitality dew is also a formula for the longevity pill that our sect has never collected before. This time, junior brother Tian Kong has more confidence. From Tianshui Laozu's words of more confidence, Lu Ping could tell that senior uncle Tian Kang's injuries weren't as it seemed on the surface. However, Lu Ping didn't know what was going on and could only ponder about it in private. Just as Lu Ping was about to bid farewell, Tianshui Laozu said, "You should return to Tianling Mountain first. The people from the 5 great sects of the East Sea have already arrived at our sect to discuss the matter of the overseas cultivators joining forces to fight against the demon race." The 5 great sects of the East Sea are truly great sects that can be compared to the great sects of the Middle Earth. They aren't something that our North Sea's 10 great sects can compare to. This time, some of the elite disciples from the 5 great sects are here to spar with our sect's core forging realm cultivators who are below 100 years old. It's said that Xianling sect only won 3 out of 10 matches. You'll be there to hold the line. If our sect can win 4 matches, then it'll be fine. Chapter 438. As soon as Lu Ping emerged from the Heaven Spirit Hall's teleportation formation, he heard a deafening tiger roar. A loud laugh could be heard. Sire's cultivation is indeed profound. We'll consider this battle a draw, so why don't we call it a draw? Haha. Sire's cultivation is admirable. Today's battle was truly satisfying. If we continued, then both of us would be heavily injured. Calling it a draw is exactly what I wanted. Lu Ping was stunned. It seemed that he had arrived too late. The disciples of the 5 great sects of the Eastern Sea and the disciples of Jinling had probably already begun. However, the person who spoke first made Lu Ping feel rather surprised. From the voice, it was clear that Yao Yong had just fought with someone. However, with Yao Yong's personality, he would either win or lose in a battle. There would always be a result. For him to call it a draw like today was truly inconceivable to Lu Ping. Lu Ping's interest was piqued. He walked towards the direction of the voice, wanting to see just who it was that could make Yao Yong feel a sense of familiarity. However, before Lu Ping had even arrived, Yao Yong's roar could be heard. Perfect. I have a few jars of fine wine in my dwelling. Sire, you've come from afar. Why don't we drink to our heart's content and see who's better at drinking? How delightful. I didn't think that I would meet such a straightforward person like Sire today, haha. Before Lu Ping had even arrived at the plaza of the Heaven Spirit Hall, 2 streaks of red light had already streaked across the sky. Clearly, the 2 people who had just battled had already left. At that moment, a person came walking over. Seeing Lu Ping, he was stunned for a moment before revealing a smile. Lu Ping asked first, Junior Zhang, are the disciples of our sect currently sparring with the disciples of the 5 great sects of the Eastern Sea? Why are you leaving? Zhang Ziqing smiled. So it's Senior Lu who has returned. Senior Lu has come at just the right time. Our early core forging disciples have just finished sparring with the disciples of the 5 great sects of the Eastern Sea. Now it's time for the mid-core forging disciples to fight. With Senior Lu here, we should be able to win the first battle. Oh, they've already finished 5 battles? Who won? The disciples of the East Sea and the North Sea had a total of 10 matches. 5 matches were at the early stage of the core forging realm, and the other 5 matches were at the mid-stage. Zhang Ziqing said with both excitement and regret, 2 wins and 2 losses. Just now, senior brother Yao Yong shook hands with a disciple of Sky-Splitting Sword Sect and made up with him. Now, both of them are having a drinking competition. This result is better than Xianling sects. I heard that Xianling sect only won 2 out of the 5 early core forging matches, and only won 1 round against Ouyang Weijian in the mid-core forging matches. Now that senior martial brother Lu is here, I'm sure Xianling sect will be able to win another round in the mid-core forging matches. With this, Xianling sect is already half a round ahead of Xianling sect. Lu Ping smiled and said, the disciples of the East Sea sects are all crouching tigers and hidden dragons. How can I say that I will definitely win? Zhang Ziqing did not refute. Instead he said senior brother, junior brother was confident in that match. However, senior brother said that the disciples of the Eastern Seas sects are all crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Senior brother did not believe it before, but now I have no choice but to believe it. Oh, this piqued Lu Ping's interest. Although his understanding of the Eastern Sea was far greater than his peers, Zhang Ziqing often worked under Heaven Spirit Hall's Enlightened Master Profound Miao and Enlightened Master Guo Xianshan. Presumably, Lu Ping would be able to obtain a lot of information from them. So, he asked Junior Martial Brother, did you hear anything? Zhang Ziqing said this time although the disciples sent by the Eastern Seas sects are all elites, according to Martial Uncle Guo Xianshan, these disciples are not the best of the best. Whether it is Senior Martial Brother Ji, Senior Martial Brother Yin, or Senior Martial Brother Yao Yong, they can be said to be the best of the early core forging disciples. Lu Ping nodded. What Zhang Ziqing said was true. The Eastern Seas sects were indeed stronger than the Northern Seas sections. So, he asked again, did Junior Martial Brother Xian Xian and Junior Martial Brother Xian Chu also compete with the Eastern Seas disciples? Zhang Ziqing smiled and said yes, if it weren't for the 2 of them, I'm afraid it wouldn't have been easy for us to win. These 2 senior martial brothers won 1 match each. Senior martial brother Yao drew 1, and lost the remaining 2 matches. Zhang Ziqing looked at Lu Ping and said, in 1 match Yuan Zhan went up. This person's cultivation has already reached the 3rd layer of core forging. He exchanged several dozen moves with a purple talisman pavilion disciple, But in the end, he was defeated. Lu Ping nodded and didn't say anything. Zhang Ziqing saw that Lu Ping's expression didn't change because of his mention of Yuan Zhan, so he thought for a moment and said, originally, Senior Marshal Brother Du Feng wanted to go up, but Yuan Zhan took the initiative. Marshal Uncle Xian Shu also selected his general. If Senior Marshal Brother Du had gone up, maybe we could have won another match. Lu Ping understood what Zhang Ziqing meant, so he smiled and said, it's good to hide a bit. The 5 great sects of the Eastern Sea are stronger than us. If we make their disciples suffer, it'll be a bad thing for our sect. After all, the 5 great sects of the Eastern Sea are several times stronger than the 10 great sects of the Northern Sea. Zhang Ziqing nodded and thought about it. Lu Ping smiled and said, why isn't Junior Marshal Brother continuing to observe? Are you going to leave? Zhang Ziqing smiled and said, there's nothing for me to do now, but there's still the matter of the courtyard. Marshal Uncle Xian Yuan pushed all the matters of the courtyard to me, but now he's free and unfettered. Lu Ping patted Zhang Ziqing's shoulder. After the two said their goodbyes, Lu Ping continued to walk towards the square in front of the main hall. In the distance, he saw several core forging late-stage cultivators sitting in front of the Heaven Spirit Hall. Among them, Taoist Guo Xianshan was chatting with a cultivator with an arrogant expression. Lu Ping recognized this person's robe. He was from the Eastern Sea's Crystal Palace. Next to them were 2 core forging late-stage cultivators from Jinling and 4 other core forging late-stage cultivators from the other 4 sects of the Eastern Sea. From time to time, their eyes would glance at the 2 cultivators sparring in the middle of the square. One of the 2 cultivators from Jinling was Taoist Liang Xianfeng, while the other one Lu Ping didn't know. Presumably, he was Taoist Xian Shu who schemed against Huangli Island. Among these people there was also a person Lu Ping was familiar with. It was Taoist Qin from the Northern Alliance when Jinling participated in the Northern Alliance's pill gathering in the Eastern Sea. Seeing that Taoist Qin was there, Lu Ping subconsciously didn't want him to find out that he was from the Northern Sea or even Jinling's disciple, so he quietly stood in an inconspicuous corner and watched the 2 sides fight. At this time the Eastern Sea cultivator fighting was a disciple from Wind and Thunder Island, while the one fighting Jinling was Lu Ping's acquaintance, Taoist Xianlei. Taoist Xianlei learned a powerful thunder attribute magic art. Wind and Thunder Island was famous for their wind attribute and thunder attribute cultivation methods in the Eastern Sea. Naturally, it was a fierce battle when the two met. However, in the end, the cultivator from Wind and Thunder Island had the upper hand. Taoist Xuanlei's spiritual essence was not as strong as that of the cultivator from Wind and Thunder Island, so Taoist Xianlei was defeated in the end. From the side, Lu Ping could clearly see that enlightened Master Xianlei's fighting experience wasn't any less than the Wind and Thunder Island cultivators. In fact, he was even braver than the Wind and Thunder Island cultivator. Both of them cultivated lightning elemental spells, and they had been competing against each other with many basic spells. The lightning elemental spells they cast were the same, but the Wind and Thunder Island cultivator had a slight advantage in these spells. More often than not, his spells were stronger than enlightened Master Xianlei's. In addition to the fact that the cultivator from Wind and Thunder Island had a stronger foundation than Taoist Xianlei, the most likely reason for this phenomenon was that when Taoist Xianlei advanced to the mid-stage core forging realm, he smelted far less spirit items than the cultivator from Wind and Thunder Island. Lu Ping had a lot of contact with Taoist Xianlei on Frost Island. He knew that when Taoist Xianlei advanced to the mid-stage core forging realm, his accumulation was enough for him to smelt low-grade Earth-step Thunder Attribute spirit items. However, Thunder Attribute spirit items were rare, so Taoist Xianlei couldn't advance to the mid-stage core forging realm for a long time. In the end, Taoist Xianlei had no choice but to smelt 2 high-grade mystic spirit items. Although it was much stronger than the cultivator who smelted 1 spirit item, it was still not comparable to smelting low-grade Earth-step spirit items. This had always been a regret in Taoist Xuanlei's heart. Now this regret finally had the opposite effect. The Northern Sea was barren. Taoist Xianlei wasn't inferior to the disciples of the Eastern Sea in all aspects. However, ordinary elite disciples of Wind and Thunder Island could smelt low-grade Earth-step spirit items when they advanced to the mid-stage core forging realm. As the most elite disciple of Jinling, Daoist Xianlei couldn't obtain a low-grade earth step spirit item. In Jinling, a cultivator who smelted a high-grade mystic spirit item, when he advanced to the mid-stage core forging realm could become an elite cultivator and have the possibility of becoming a Dharma adept in the future, although the possibility was extremely small. In the Eastern Sea, the requirement was to reach the low-grade earth step spirit item. Only then could a cultivator be recognized by the sect and be nurtured as a Dharma adept. The scarcity of spirit items in the Northern Sea was evident. This was also why the Northern Sea cultivators could win more in the early-stage core forging realm. When they reached the mid-stage core forging realm and smelted spirit items, the gap between the Northern Sea and Eastern Sea cultivators widened. The most obvious example was when Xianling sect's early-stage core forging realm cultivators could win 2 matches against Eastern Sea cultivators of the same level. When they reached the mid-stage core forging realm, they could only rely on Xianling sect's number 1 genius, Ouyang Weijian, to win 1 match. The second person to fight was Daoist Xuanqing of Jinling. The Eastern Sea sent out a disciple from the Northern Alliance. Unfortunately, Daoist Xuanqing's strength was not as strong as Daoist Xuanlei's, but this Northern Alliance disciple was stronger than the Wind and Thunder Island cultivator. Daoist Xuanqing was defeated in a hurry. The third person to fight was Jinling's disciple. Lu Ping didn't know him, but he heard his name was Xian Xiao. He was at core forging realm level 5, but unfortunately, he was still defeated by a disciple from the Violet Talisman Pavilion. In the mid-stage core forging realm, Jinling had lost 3 matches in a row. At this time, the surrounding cultivators of Jinling started whispering to each other. The competition between Jinling and Xianling sect had been getting more and more intense in recent years. The two sects would compete in everything. In the previous few battles between the two sects, Jinling always had the upper hand. This time, Jinling only needed to win 1 more match to suppress Xianling sect. However, in the mid-stage core forging realm, Jinling had lost 3 matches in a row. There were only 2 matches left, and the strongest disciple from the Crystal Palace had yet to fight. If all the mid-stage core forging realm cultivators were defeated, Jinling would become a laughingstock in front of Xianling sect. Who's the next match? He won't lose again, right? I heard it's Reverend Xian Shang. He's ranked in the top 10 among the new talents of North Sea. He should be able to win 1 match. It's hard to say. Reverend Xianlei might not be much weaker than Reverend Xian Shang, and his opponent is Skyrend, known as the strongest sect in the ocean. Reverend Xian Shang will probably lose this match. As expected, the 5 great sects of East Sea are not something we can compare to. In North Sea, all of the cultivators from our sect who are fighting today are famous, but none of them can win against cultivators of the same level as them. North Sea can't compare to East Sea. No wonder some senior cultivators often say that our North Sea is barren. There's still one person from our sect who hasn't fought yet. That's right. Where's Reverend Lu Xianping, the Water Sword Immortal? Back then, during the chaotic battle at Tianling Mountain, Spiritual Master Lu Xianping suppressed several cultivators of the same level from our sect. What kind of prestige was that? If he was here, he would definitely be able to defeat Dong Hai and not let that Ouyang Weijian dominate. I heard that Reverend Lu Xianping went to Universe Island with Fornax Laozu. He probably hasn't returned yet. He probably won't be able to make it to this grand event. It's a pity. Why did he have to come at this critical moment? Perhaps our sect has other considerations. Think about it, if all the cultivators in the middle stage of the core forging realm in our sect lose, we can still say that our strongest cultivator did not participate in the battle due to other matters. At that time we can still save some face, but if Reverend Lu Xianping is here today, once he loses, it will mean that our sect can't compare to Xianling sect, and Lu Xianping can't compare to Ouyang Weijian. Forget it. Our sect has always been open and above board. We're not afraid of being laughed at by others. If we win, we win. If we lose, we lose. Why would we use these dirty tricks? It'll just make others laugh at us. The Water Crystal Palace cultivator who was watching the battle with Reverend Guo Xianshan smiled at him and said, "Your sect's early core forging disciples are not bad. They can be considered as elites among the various sects of the Eastern Sea. However, these mid-core forging disciples are a level lower than Xianling sect's disciples. Although your sect's 3 disciples gave it their all, there were very few eye-catching performances. They can't even compare to Xianling Sect's Ouyang Weijian. Ouyang Weijian can be regarded as an astonishing talent even among the large sects of the East Sea. His future is limitless. I've heard that your sect has always been on equal footing with Xianling Sect in the North Sea. If he reaches the Dharma manifestation stage in the future, he'll be able to suppress your sect. The words of the cultivator from the Crystal Palace caused displeasure to appear on Reverend Liang Xianfeng and Reverend Xianshu's faces. When the reverends of the other 4 sects of East Sea heard the words of the Reverend from the Crystal Palace, they did not say anything. They just smiled and watched the battle between the cultivators below, as if they had nothing to do with it. Reverend Guo Xianshan did not get angry. Instead, he smiled and said, Xianling Sect has been around for longer than me, Xinling. They've also been the #1 sect in the North Sea for 3,000 years. Their foundation is naturally not something that I, Xinling, can compare to. Even though they're going downhill now, Laozu is the one who holds up the sky. Even if I, Xinling, catch up to him, I can never compare to him. His tone was actually one of weakness. The cultivator from the Crystal Palace smiled and did not say anything else. Instead, he looked at the 4th battle in the field. The people who fought this battle caused Lu Ping's eyes to light up. East Sea had sent out Skyren's disciple, and Jinling had sent out Reverend Xianshang. Lu Ping had fought against Reverend Xianshang a few times before, so he knew that Reverend Xianshang was stronger than Reverend Xianlei, so he had a chance to win this battle. Just as he expected, Reverend Xianshang swung his long spear like a dancing dragon and fought head-on against Skyren's disciple. The two of them fought fiercely, exchanging blows with each other, and the cheers from the crowd grew louder than the last. Skyren's sword technique required him to press forward with an indomitable will, using offense as defense, and Reverend Xianshang was also a person who would rather break than bend. He was a person who loved fighting and fighting fiercely. The two of them could be said to be evenly matched in their battle, and their fight was also the most dangerous. In the end, both of them were injured, and the spectators were incredibly shocked. In the end, Skyren's disciple used Heaven-Splitting Sword, one of Skyren's 7 great sword techniques. Every single slash he delivered brought with it a presence that could split the world. Reverend Xianshang's spear technique could clearly not compare to Skyren's disciple's sword technique, but Reverend Xianshang had found an opening and decided to trade wounds for wounds, causing Skyren's disciple to hold back. He had a few chances to heavily injure Reverend Xianshang, but because he would also be heavily injured, he had no choice but to stop midway. Skyren's disciple could not help but let out a cold snort as he watched the battle from the front of Heaven's Spirit Hall. He was very displeased with his sect's disciple, but he praised Reverend Xianshang to the side. Skyren's disciple finally found an opening. His long sword turned into a long arc and stabbed towards Reverend Xianshang's shoulder. Reverend Xianshang did not seem to expect that his opponent's flying sword would be so fast. When he saw that it was already too late for him to dodge, the cultivators watching the battle cried out in surprise. Skyren's disciple also seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The pressure from fighting against Jinling's disciple was simply too great. This person was basically a desperado. He would rather be cut by his opponent just to leave a mark on his opponent's body. However, at that moment, the gazes of the late-stage core forging cultivators from the various sects watching the battle in front of Heaven's Spirit Hall changed. However, their expressions were different. Jinling's disciple's lips curled up in delight, while Skyren's disciple snorted coldly. The other 4 sects of Eastern Sea shook their heads. At the same time, Lu Ping, who had been watching the battle from the side, also smiled faintly. Skyren's disciple had been careless. The opening on Reverend Xianshang's shoulder was clearly a trap he had intentionally left behind. The long sword stabbed forward, but Reverend Xianshang did not dodge. Instead, he leapt forward and pounced on the flying sword. Skyren's disciple could not stop in time, and the flying sword pierced through Reverend Xianshang's shoulder. However, Reverend Xianshang seized the chance to move forward and point his long spear horizontally at Skyren's disciple. With one thrust, he pierced through Skyren's disciple's protective chi and pointed at the disciple's throat. In the blink of an eye, the situation had suddenly changed. Skyren's disciple was dumbfounded, and the Jinling cultivators who were watching the battle were silent for a moment before they suddenly let out deafening cheers. When Lu Ping saw that his sect's middle-stage core forging cultivator had already won a battle, Jinling could once again suppress Xianling's sect. He walked towards the relocation rune, intending to return to Huangli Island. He still had many things to do, and he did not want to stay in this place for too long. If it were not for Tian Shui Laozu's orders, Lu Ping would not have paid any attention to the sparring between the disciples of Eastern Sea. However, right when Lu Ping arrived in front of the relocation rune, a clear shout traveled into his ears. "I am Crystal Palace's Zhang Shiji. I have heard that your sect's water sword immortal, Reverend Lu Swamping's sword technique is excellent. Would you be willing to teach me?" Chapter 439. As soon as Lu Ping emerged from the Heaven Spirit Hall's teleportation formation, he heard a deafening tiger roar. A loud laugh could be heard. "Sire's cultivation is indeed profound. We'll consider this battle a draw, so why don't we call it a draw?" Haha. Sire's cultivation is admirable. Today's battle was truly satisfying. If we continued, then both of us would be heavily injured. Calling it a draw is exactly what I wanted. Lu Ping was stunned. It seemed that he had arrived too late. The disciples of the 5 great sects of the Eastern Sea and the disciples of Jinling had probably already begun. However, the person who spoke first made Lu Ping feel rather surprised. From the voice, it was clear that Yao Yong had just fought with someone. However, with Yao Yong's personality, he would either win or lose in a battle. There would always be a result. For him to call it a draw like today was truly inconceivable to Lu Ping. Lu Ping's interest was piqued. He walked towards the direction of the voice, wanting to see just who it was that could make Yao Yong feel a sense of familiarity. However, before Lu Ping had even arrived, Yao Yong's roar could be heard. "Perfect. I have a few jars of fine wine in my dwelling. Sire, you've come from afar. Why don't we drink to our heart's content and see who's better at drinking?" How delightful. I didn't think that I would meet such a straightforward person like Sire today, haha. Before Lu Ping had even arrived at the plaza of the Heaven Spirit Hall, 2 streaks of red light had already streaked across the sky. Clearly, the 2 people who had just battled had already left. At that moment, a person came walking over. Seeing Lu Ping, he was stunned for a moment before revealing a smile. Lu Ping asked first, "Junior Zhang, are the disciples of our sect currently sparring with the disciples of the 5 great sects of the Eastern Sea? Why are you leaving?" Zhang Ziqing smiled. "So it's Senior Lu who has returned. Senior Lu has come at just the right time. Our early core forging disciples have just finished sparring with the disciples of the 5 great sects of the Eastern Sea. Now it's time for the mid-core forging disciples to fight. With Senior Lu here, we should be able to win the first battle." "Oh, they've already finished 5 battles? What's the outcome?" The disciples of the East Sea and the North Sea had a total of 10 matches. 5 matches were at the early stage of the core forging realm, and the other 5 matches were at the mid-stage. Zhang Ziqing spoke with excitement and regret. 2 wins and 2 losses. Senior Yao Yong just shook hands with the disciple of Skyrend, and the 2 are now competing in their alcohol tolerance. This result is better than Xianling's sects. I heard that Xianling's sect only won 2 out of the 5 early core forging matches, and only won 1 round against Ouyang Weijian in the mid-core forging matches. Now that Senior Martial Brother Lu is here, I'm sure Xianling's sect will be able to win another round in the mid-core forging matches. Lu Ping smiled and said, "The Eastern Seas sects have many crouching tigers and hidden dragons. How can I guarantee victory?" Zhang Ziqing did not refute him. Instead he said, "Senior brother, I was confident in that match. However, Senior brother said that the disciples of the Eastern Sea's various sects are all crouching tigers and hidden dragons. I did not believe it before, but now I have no choice but to believe it." Oh, Lu Ping's interest was piqued. Although he knew more about the Eastern Sea than his peers, Zhang Ziqing often worked under Heaven Spirit Hall's Enlightened Master Profound Miao and Enlightened Master Guoxian Shan. Lu Ping thought Zhang Ziqing would be able to get a lot of information from them. So he asked, "Did Junior Moon hear anything?" Zhang Ziqing said, "Although the disciples sent by the Eastern Seas sects this time are the elites of their respective sects, but according to Martial Uncle Guoxian Shan, these disciples are not the best. Moreover, whether it is Senior Martial Brother Ji, Senior Martial Brother Yin or Senior Martial Brother Yao Yong, They can be said to be the best among our sect's early core forging disciples. Lu Ping nodded. What Zhang Ziqing said was true. The Eastern Sea's heritage was indeed better than the Northern Sea's, so he asked, did junior brother Xian and junior brother Xianchu also compete with the Eastern Sea's disciples? Zhang Ziqing smiled. That's right. If it weren't for the two of them, I'm afraid it wouldn't have been easy for us to win. The two senior brothers each won one match. Senior brother Yao drew one, and lost the other two matches. Zhang Ziqing looked at Lu Ping and said, Yuan Zhan went up for one match. His cultivation is at the third layer of core forging, and he fought against a Violet Talisman Pavilion disciple for several dozen moves. In the end he lost. Lu Ping nodded without saying anything. Zhang Ziqing saw that Lu Ping's expression didn't change when he mentioned Yuan Zhan, so he thought for a moment and said, originally, senior brother Du Feng wanted to go up, but Yuan Zhan took the initiative. Martial uncle Xian Shu also picked his general. If senior brother Du had gone up, perhaps we would have won another match. Lu Ping understood Zhang Ziqing's meaning and smiled. It's good to hide a bit. The 5 great sects of the Eastern Sea are stronger than us. If we make their disciples suffer, it'll be a bad thing for our sect. After all, the 5 great sects of the Eastern Sea are several times stronger than the 10 great sects of the Northern Sea. Zhang Ziqing nodded and pondered. Lu Ping smiled. Why isn't junior brother continuing to observe? Are you going to leave? Zhang Ziqing smiled. There's nothing for me to do now, but there's still a pile of things to do in the courtyard. He knew that Taoist Xian Lei's accumulation when he advanced to the mid-stage core forging realm was enough for him to smelt low-grade earth-step thunder attribute spirit items. However, thunder attribute spirit items were rare, so Taoist Xian Lei couldn't advance to the mid-stage core forging realm for a long time. In the end, Taoist Xian Lei had no choice but to smelt 2 high-grade mystic spirit items. Although it was much stronger than cultivators who smelted 1 spirit item, it was still not comparable to smelting low-grade earth-step spirit items. This had always been a regret in Taoist Xian Lei's heart. Now this regret finally had the opposite effect. The Northern Sea was barren. Taoist Xian Lei wasn't inferior to the disciples of the Eastern Sea in all aspects. However, ordinary elite disciples of Wind and Thunder Island could smelt low-grade earth-step spirit items when they advanced to the mid-stage core forging realm. As the most elite disciple of Jinling, Taoist Xian Lei couldn't obtain a low-grade earth-step spirit item. In Jinling, a cultivator who smelted a high-grade mystic spirit item when he advanced to the mid-stage core forging realm could become an elite disciple and have the possibility of becoming a Dharma manifestation realm seed in the future, although the possibility was extremely small. In the Eastern Sea, the requirement was to reach the low-grade earth-step spirit item. Only then could a cultivator be recognized by the sect and be nurtured as a Dharma manifestation seed. The scarcity of spirit items in the Northern Sea was evident. This was also why the Northern Sea cultivators could win more in the early-stage core forging realm. When they reached the mid-stage core forging realm and smelted spirit items, the gap between the Northern Sea and Eastern Sea cultivators widened. The most obvious example was when Xianling sect's early-stage core forging realm cultivators could win 2 matches against Eastern Sea cultivators of the same level. When they reached the mid-stage core forging realm, they could only rely on Xianling sect's number 1 genius, Onyang Weijian, to win 1 match. The second person to fight was Taoist Xianxing of Jinling. The Eastern Sea sent out a disciple from the Northern Alliance. Unfortunately, Taoist Xianxing's strength wasn't as strong as Taoist Xian Lei's, but this Northern Alliance disciple was stronger than the Wind and Thunder Island cultivator. Taoist Xianxing was defeated in a hurry. The third person to fight was Jinling's disciple. Lu Ping didn't know him, but he heard that his name was Xian Xiao. He was at core forging realm level 5, but unfortunately, he was still defeated by a disciple from the Violet Talisman Pavilion. In the mid-stage core forging realm, Jinling had lost 3 matches in a row. At this time, the surrounding cultivators of Jinling started whispering to each other. The competition between Jinling and Xianling sect had been getting more and more intense in recent years. The two sects had to compete in everything. In the previous few battles between the two sects, Jinling always had the upper hand. This time, Jinling only needed to win 1 more match to suppress Xianling sect. However, in the mid-stage core forging realm, Jinling had lost 3 matches in a row. There were only 2 matches left, and East Sea's most powerful disciple, the Crystal Palace, had yet to fight. Once all the mid-stage core forging realm cultivators were defeated, Jinling would become a laughingstock in front of Xianling's sect. Who's the next match? He won't lose again, right? I heard it's Reverend Xian Shang. Reverend Xian Shang is ranked in the top 10 among the new talents of North Sea. He should be able to win one match. It's hard to say. Reverend Xian Lei might not be much weaker than Reverend Xian Shang, and his opponent is Skyrend, the sect known as the strongest in terms of offense in the ocean. Reverend Xian Shang will probably lose this match. As expected, the 5 great sects of East Sea are not something we can compare to. In North Sea, all of the cultivators from our sect who are participating in the battle today have great reputations, but none of them can win against cultivators of the same level as them. In the end, North Sea can't compare to East Sea. No wonder some of the senior cultivators often say that our North Sea is barren. There's still one person from our sect who hasn't fought yet. Yes, where is perfected Lu Xianping, the Water Sword Immortal? During the chaotic battle in Heaven Spirit Mountain, Reverend Lu Xianping suppressed several cultivators of the same level as him. What kind of reputation is that? If he's here, he'll definitely be able to win one match against East Sea, and that Ouyang Weijian won't be able to win. I heard that Reverend Lu Xianping went to Universe Island with Fornax Laozu. He probably hasn't returned yet, so he probably won't be able to make it to this festival. It's a pity. Why did he have to come at this critical moment? Perhaps our sect has other considerations. Think about it, if all the cultivators in the middle stage of the core forging realm in our sect lose, we can still say that our strongest cultivator did not participate in the battle due to other matters. At that time we can still save some face, but if Reverend Lu Xianping is here today, once he loses, it will mean that our sect cannot compare to Xianling's sect, and Lu Xianping cannot compare to Ouyang Weijian. Forget it. Our sect has always been open and above board, and we're not afraid of being laughed at by others. If we win, and if we lose, we lose. There's no need for us to resort to such petty tricks. We'll only end up being laughed at. The cultivator from the Crystal Palace, who had been watching the battle with Reverend Guo Xianshan in front of the Heaven Spirit Hall, smiled at Reverend Guo Xianshan and said, "The early core forging disciples of your sect are not bad. They can be considered as elites among the sects of the Eastern Sea. However, these mid-core forging disciples are a level lower than Xianling's sects. Although the 3 disciples of your sect gave it their all, they rarely performed anything that caught people's attention. They're not even comparable to Ouyang Weijian of Xianling's sect. Ouyang Weijian can be considered as an outstanding talent even among the large sects of the Eastern Sea. His future is limitless. I've heard that your sect has always been on equal footing with Xianling's sect in the Northern Sea. If this child reaches the Dharma manifestation stage in the future, he will be able to suppress your sect." The words of the cultivator from the Crystal Palace caused displeasure to appear on Reverend Liang Xianfeng and Reverend Xianshu's faces. When the reverends of the other 4 sects of the Eastern Sea heard the words of the reverend from the Crystal Palace, they did not say anything. They just smiled and watched the battle between the cultivators below them, as if they were not involved in it. Reverend Guo Xianshan was not angered. Instead, he smiled and said, "Xianling sect has been around for longer than I, Jinling, and they've also been the #1 sect in the Northern Sea for 3,000 years. Their foundation is naturally not something that I, Jinling, can compare to. Even though they're going downhill now, Laozu is the one who holds up the sky. Even if I, Jinling, catch up to him, I still cannot compare to him." His tone was actually one of weakness. The cultivator from the Crystal Palace smiled and did not say anything else. Instead, he turned his gaze to the 4th battle in the field. The people who fought in this battle caused Lu Ping's eyes to brighten. Eastern Sea had sent out Skyren's disciple, and Jinling had sent out Reverend Xian Shang. Lu Ping had fought against Reverend Xian Shang several times in the past, so he knew that Reverend Xian Shang was stronger than Reverend Xian Lei, so he had a chance to win this battle. Just as he expected, Reverend Xian Shang swung his long spear like a dancing dragon and fought head-on against Skyren's disciple. The 2 of them fought fiercely, exchanging blows with each other, and the cheers from the crowd grew louder than the last. Skyren's sword technique required him to press forward with an indomitable will, using offense as defense, And Reverend Xianshang was also a person who would rather break than bend. He was a person who loved fighting and fighting fiercely. The two of them could be said to be evenly matched in their battle, and their fight was also the most dangerous. In the end, both of them were injured, and the spectators were incredibly shocked. Skyren's disciple finally used one of Skyren's 7 great sword techniques, Heaven-Splitting Sword. Every single slash he delivered brought with it a presence that could split the world. Reverend Xianshang's spear technique could clearly not compare to Skyren's disciple's sword technique, but Reverend Xianshang had found an opening and decided to trade injury for injury, causing Skyren's disciple to hold back. He had a few chances to heavily injure Reverend Xianshang, but because he would also be heavily injured, he had no choice but to stop midway. Skyren's disciple could not help but let out a cold snort as he watched the battle from the front of Heaven's Spirit Hall. He was very displeased with his sect's disciple, but he praised Reverend Xianshang to the side. Skyren's disciple finally found an opening. His longsword turned into a long arc and stabbed towards Reverend Xianshang's shoulder. Reverend Xianshang did not seem to expect that his opponent's flying sword would be so fast. When he saw that it was already too late for him to dodge, the spectating cultivators let out cries of surprise. Skyren's disciple also seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The pressure from fighting against Jinling's disciple was simply too great. This person was basically a desperado. He would rather be cut by his opponent just so he could leave a mark on his opponent's body. However, at that moment, the gazes of the late-stage core forging cultivators from the various sects watching the battle in front of Heaven's Spirit Hall changed. However, their expressions were different. Jinling's disciple's lips curled up into a smile, while Reverend Skyren's disciple snorted coldly. The other 4 sects of Eastern Sea shook their heads. At the same time, Lu Ping, who had been watching the battle from the side, also smiled faintly. Skyren's disciple had been careless. The opening on Reverend Xianshang's shoulder was clearly a trap he had intentionally left behind. The long sword stabbed forward, but Reverend Xianshang did not dodge. Instead, he leapt forward and pounced on the flying sword. Skyren's disciple could not stop in time, and the flying sword pierced through Reverend Xianshang's shoulder. However, Reverend Xianshang seized the chance to move forward and point his long spear horizontally at Skyren's disciple. With one thrust, he pierced through Skyren's disciple's protective chi and pointed at the disciple's throat. In the blink of an eye, the situation had suddenly changed. Skyren's disciple was dumbfounded, and the Jinling cultivators who were watching the battle were silent for a moment before they suddenly let out deafening cheers. When Lu Ping saw that his sect's middle-stage core forging cultivator had already won a battle, Jinling could once again suppress Xianling's sect. He walked towards the relocation rune, intending to return to Huangli Island. He still had many things to do, and he did not want to stay in this place for too long. If it were not for Tian Shui Laozu's orders, Lu Ping would not have paid any attention to the sparring between the disciples of Eastern Sea. However, right when Lu Ping arrived in front of the relocation rune, a clear shout traveled into his ears. "I am Crystal Palace's Zhang Shiji. I have heard that your sect's water sword immortal, Reverend Lu Shuamping's sword technique is excellent. Would you be willing to teach me?" Chapter 440. There were more and more cultivators on Huangli Island. Due to Jiang Tianlin and Laozu's presence, there were even core forging realm cultivators appearing on Huangli Island. However, most of these core forging realm cultivators were Jinling cultivators, or the core forging realm enlightened masters of Jinling's subordinate clans. Currently, the busiest person on Huangli Island was Hu Lili. When Lu Ping frequently went out and Jiang Tianlin and Laozu were absent, all the matters on Huangli Island were decided by Hu Lili alone. When Lu Ping returned to Huangli Island, he saw a busy scene. Under Hu Lili's orders, many Jinling blood condensation disciples were setting up various formations and restrictions with various spiritual materials. Lu Ping knew that Hu Lili was preparing for enlightened Master Guo Xuanshan's mountain-moving sea-filling technique to expand Huangli Island. Under Hu Lili's command, Song Wu and the other 5 were also in charge of setting up a formation on Huangli Island. Most of these cultivators who were allowed to participate in Huangli Island's expansion plan were outer sect disciples, or even inner sect disciples. Lu Ping didn't expect that Song Wu and the others, who had always been rogue cultivators, would be willing to become outer sect disciples of Jinling. A few days ago, Lu Ping once again guided a small spirit vein from Clear Stream Cave to Huangli Island. Currently, the number of small spirit veins on Huangli Island had increased to 4 and 5 miniature spirit veins. The spirit gathering area on Huangli Island had reached its peak. This was also the reason why Lu Ping was so anxious to invite enlightened Master Guo Xianshan to Huangli Island to cast the mountain-moving sea-filling technique. The size of Huangli Island had become the biggest obstacle to Huangli Island's expansion. Lu Ping returned to his cave dwelling and placed the golden house on top of the spirit vein. The isolated mountain in the golden house had the effect of accumulating spiritual energy. Even without the nourishment of the spirit vein, the density of spiritual energy in the golden house could still be maintained for tens of days. Lu Ping still had a miniature spiritual gathering pearl that he obtained from Tian Shui and Laozu. After burying it in the spirit vein, it was only a matter of time before the 5th small spirit vein appeared on Huangli Island. Other than that, there were 3 miniature spiritual gathering pearls that he obtained from Clear Stream Cave dwelling. Lu Ping thought for a moment and buried them in the spirit vein. This way, the total number of miniature spirit veins would reach 8. If he guided another 2 small spirit veins, the 6 small spirit veins on Huangli Island would be formed. This kind of foundation was something that many medium-sized islands in Jinling couldn't compare to. Just as Lu Ping finished sorting out the spirit veins in the cave dwelling, Chen Lian had already arrived. When he saw Lu Ping, he smiled and said, "I heard that you've been in the limelight on Huanyu Island recently. The dignified Xianling sect's alchemist grandmaster was humiliated by you. Now the news has spread across the entire North Sea." Lu Ping smiled. "You're the most well-informed." After saying that, he took out 22 of the 24 corals that he obtained from Clear Stream Cave dwelling. Chen Lian's eyes lit up when he saw the 22 corals. He smiled. "This is really good stuff. Such huge corals must have taken thousands of years to form. Although there are all kinds of spiritual materials mixed together, it's good that it doesn't require too much effort to refine." Lu Ping smiled and took out 2 corals that were formed from second-grade mutated spiritual materials. Chen Lian was dumbfounded when he saw them. After a while he exclaimed, "We're rich. We're rich. This kind of good stuff can probably be separated from dozens of different mutated spiritual materials. Although there are many, it's still a rare treasure." After saying that, he looked at Lu Ping and hesitated. "Are you going to give this to me as well?" Lu Ping nodded. Chen Lian was overjoyed. However, Lu Ping said, "There's a condition." Chen Lian nodded solemnly and said, "Say it." Lu Ping smiled and said, "I still have some good spiritual materials here. You have to refine 4 of the best magic weapons for me." One was a pair of fire and wind dual attribute magic treasures for Lu Qin. I also needed a wind attribute magic treasure, a water attribute halberd magic treasure, and a pair of ice attribute daggers for my 3 spirit pets, my little snakes. You have to bring out your best skills for these 4 magic weapons. As for the treasure restriction, you have to solve it yourself. In short, each magic weapon has to condense 3 treasure restriction, and it's best not to repeat them. In the future, you have to at least have the opportunity to upgrade them to psychic magic weapons. Chen Lian thought for a while and said with a smile, "I know it's not easy to take advantage of you. Well, I'm going all out this time. I still have some good things that I've accumulated over the years. This time, I'll use them all to make a few magic weapon embryos." Chen Lian's current level of attainment in the art of artifact refinement was inseparable from Lu Ping's strong support. The two of them had a deep friendship. Chen Lian was also one of Lu Ping's earliest good friends. Thus, there was no need to hold back in their conversation. Lu Ping brought out the gold scale sword. At the same time, there were also the 2 mutated spiritual materials that Lu Ping had collected. Then he said to Chen Lian, "With these 2 spiritual materials, the gold scale sword should be able to condense the 5th treasure restriction. Given your current level of artifact refinement techniques, upgrading a psychic magic weapon should not be difficult, right?" Chen Lian accepted the gold scale sword. At the same time, he carefully inspected the 2 spiritual materials. After pondering for a moment, he said, "These 2 spiritual materials are indeed good items. They are enough to upgrade the gold scale sword's quality. However, you will need to figure out how to make the fifth treasure restriction. I do not have it. Even my master Sage Enigma Flame might not have it. You can only ask Patriarch Celestial River for it. Given your current position in the sect and the fact that the sect is relying on you, your request will be easily agreed to. Lu Ping nodded his head, not saying anything. Lu Ping was a grandmaster alchemist of Jinling. He had mastered the pill transformation technique for the blood condensing pill. Additionally, the spiritual water pill was unique in the North Sea. The spiritual water meridian fostering pill that Lu Ping concocted was regarded as a treasure by Jinling. It was sold at a sky-high price in the North Sea's world of cultivation. Additionally, its quantity was extremely limited. At present, Lu Ping could be said to be the #1 alchemist in Jinling, with the exception of Tianlu Laozu. Given his status, it was naturally very easy for Lu Ping to ask the sect for a spiritual barrier. In fact, Jinling welcomed Lu Ping's actions. If Lu Ping had to deal with everything himself, unlike Jinling, that was something that the high-level cultivators of Jinling did not want to see. Lu Ping stretched his left hand out and grasped something. Next, his right hand stroked his left hand and a faint blue sword immediately appeared in Lu Ping's left hand. Wielding the water spirit sword, Lu Ping said, "At present, the water spirit sword has only condensed out 2 barriers. Given its quality, it can easily condense out a 3rd barrier. A pity." Although the water spirit sword had repeatedly performed miraculous feats in Lu Ping's hands, as Lu Ping's cultivation gradually increased, the enemies he faced also grew stronger. The water spirit sword was only an ordinary magic treasure that had condensed out 2 barriers. Even if it had a strange invisibility effect, its power was somewhat lacking. Chan Lian also said helplessly, "Not only is the invisible flying sword's quality rare, but its barrier is also the rarest. Our sect originally only had 1 barrier, which was passed down from failing sect. The other barrier was found in the shapeless sword art you obtained. If you want to condense the 3rd barrier, it will depend on your luck." Chan Lian took the golden scale sword with him, but Lu Ping planned to take advantage of this time to properly digest what he had accumulated. Although Lu Ping had not delayed his cultivation because of constantly going out, after advancing to the middle stage, his cultivation speed had plummeted, so he needed to settle down and meditate in seclusion for a period of time. After sending a sound-transmitting sword to Hu Lily, Lu Ping gave her some instructions for the upcoming period of time. Then, he sealed his cave abode and began to meditate in seclusion. Although the spirit-gathering pearl that he had just buried had yet to evolve into a spirit vein, there were already 4 small spirit veins and 5 miniature spirit veins in the cave abode, which was enough for Lu Ping to cultivate. However, Lu Ping was not satisfied with just this. In one breath, he laid down a spirit-gathering formation with 36 high-grade spirit stones, causing the density of the spiritual qi in the cave abode to almost turn into liquid. Then he placed the golden house on top of the spirit vein and the spirit-gathering formation, absorbing all the dense spiritual qi in the cave abode. Lu Ping did not need to lay down a spirit-gathering formation to assist his cultivation. The small mountain in the golden house was a special spirit-gathering formation. Moreover, it was much more exquisite than the spirit-gathering formation set up by cultivators like Lu Ping and Hu Lily, who specialized in formations. Moreover, the North Sea wave listening technique that Lu Ping was cultivating was a cultivation technique that required a huge amount of spiritual qi. This cultivation technique itself was like a spirit-gathering formation, so there was no need for Lu Ping to gather spiritual qi. If it were not for the fact that there were 4 to 5 small spirit veins here, the spiritual qi would not be enough, so there was no need for him to gather it. Just like that, half a year passed. On top of the small mountain in the golden house, there was a magnificent palace. This was the central palace that Lu Ping had obtained from the clear stream abode. At this moment, inside the palace, Luan Yu looked at the surroundings of the palace and clicked her tongue. This is indeed an excellent spatial magic tool. Although it cannot compare to a large-scale spatial magic tool like the Golden House, it is still the work of Fa Xiang Laozu. It is a pity that this palace lacks many decorations, so it looks empty. Lu Ping turned a black stone over and over in his hand. The green light in his eyes flickered continuously, but he still could not find anything. After a while he put the stone down and asked, "What secret does this black jade stone contain?" Why did you almost expose it during the North Sea Palace's alchemists' gathering? Although it is a high-grade mystic-level earth attribute heaven and earth spirit object, don't tell me that it was just to prepare for Debao's advancement to the mid-stage of the core forging realm. Debao is becoming more and more lazy in his cultivation. I'm afraid it will take decades for him to advance to the mid-stage of the core forging realm. Luan Yu chuckled and said, "Of course it is. I didn't think that I would encounter such an object in the North Sea. It looks like the North Sea is not as barren as the cultivation world thinks." Lu Ping smiled and said, "Just a single black jade stone is enough to make you feel so emotional. The barrenness of the North Sea cannot be improved by a single heaven and earth spirit object." Luan Yu said seriously, "That may not be the case. The cultivation world knows that the North Sea is barren, but that is only because the true treasures hidden in the North Sea have not been discovered yet." Luan Yu did not wait for Lu Ping to refute and continued, "Let's talk about the large-scale spirit or vein on Frost Island. The North Sea cultivation world has been developing for tens of thousands of years. Who would have thought that the snow-covered Frost Island would hide such great wealth? Although this large-scale spirit or vein alone is not enough to completely change the barrenness of the North Sea, who can deny that there are other cultivation resources hidden in unknown places in the North Sea?" This time Lu Ping did not say anything. After thinking for a moment he smiled and said, "Let's not talk about anything else. Just tell me what secrets this black jade stone contains." Luan Yu smiled mysteriously and said, "Do you know about growing soil?" Chapter 441. Growing Soil. Lu Ping was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He exclaimed, "Growing soil?" Luan Yu nodded and laughed lightly. "Indeed, it is a natural treasure that can shorten the growth period of plants. It is said to be one of the few natural treasures in the world of cultivation." The growing soil was not a spiritual object of heaven and earth. Instead, it was a mysterious object of heaven and earth. However, this mysterious object of heaven and earth did not have the same effect as other mysterious objects of heaven and earth that could be used by cultivators to condense minor magical powers. However, the growing soil had another use that was regarded as heaven-defying in the cultivation world. It could greatly shorten the time needed for plants to mature. Because of this use, growing soil's status in the world of cultivation was no less than that of a heaven-tier natural treasure. Lu Ping pointed at the black jade stone on the ground and asked in disbelief, "You mean to say that there is growing soil hidden within this black jade stone?" Luan Yu laughed. "Although I do not have a magical power like the three pure eyes, the Wood Luan tribe is most proficient in cultivating spirit grass and spirit trees. Naturally, we have a secret technique to identify a treasure like growing soil." Lu Ping nodded. The Wood Luan tribe naturally had their own special abilities. This was something that Lu Ping believed. Lu Ping looked at the black jade stone and said, "Is this growing soil mixed within the black jade stone? Or is it wrapped within?" If it was mixed within, then in order to obtain the growing soil, they would have to grind the black jade stone into pieces and extract the growing soil. If it was just wrapped within, then they would only need to split the black jade stone, and it would not damage the spirit of the black jade stone. After all, this earth-type natural treasure was of the upper mystic level, and it would be perfect for Debao to smelt in the future. Luan Yu laughed. "Don't worry. The gains this time will definitely be worth the elixir that Fornax Laozu spent on breaking through to the Dharma stage." Luan Yu carefully cut the black jade stone into two halves. The center of the black jade stone was indeed hollow, but there was a fist-sized yellow ball of earth within it. This was the famous growing soil of the cultivation world. Among the natural treasures that corresponded to the living soil, there was a kind of earth attribute natural treasure called the living soil. Although this kind of natural treasure did not have the special effect of stimulating the growth of spirit herbs like the living soil, it had the characteristic of endless growth. It was said that if a small piece of the living soil was cut off, as long as there were enough spirit chi and spirit stones, it could be cultivated into a complete piece of living soil. Of course, the spirit chi and spirit stones required would be an astronomical figure. The living soil was an earth-type, mid-grade heaven-ranked spiritual earth of the world. It was even more valuable than the profound essence-heavy water that Lu Ping had refined. However, in the world of cultivation, this treasure was only on par with the living soil. From this, one could see just how valuable the living soil was in the world of cultivation. Luan Yu sniffed the living soil, then tossed it to Lu Ping and said, "The quality is not bad. At the very least, this piece of living soil should be enough for those treasures of yours and that 3,000-year-old spirit herb garden of yours." When Lu Ping saw that Luan Yu had casually tossed it away, he hastily and carefully caught it. He anxiously said, Hey, this is the living soil. Every single particle is priceless. How can you be so disrespectful?" Luan Yu was taken aback. He pointed at Lu Ping and said with a smile, "I thought that you, the boy of many treasures, would be used to seeing all kinds of rare treasures. You should be as calm as still water. Who would have thought that this piece of living soil would cause you to lose your composure like this?" Lu Ping could not be bothered with Luan Yu. In his mind he was already thinking about how to use this fist-sized piece of living soil. Luan Yu, who was standing to the side, was silent for a moment. Then he said, "Actually, I have something to ask of you this time." Lu Ping was somewhat stunned. He looked at Luan Yu, then straightened his body and said with a solemn expression, "Brother Luan Yu, please speak." Luan Yu chuckled and said, "My cultivation has already advanced to the 3rd layer of core forging. I think that in another 3 to 5 years, I will be able to refine a spiritual object and advance to the middle stage of core forging. However, the identity of my Wood Luang clan is too sensitive. In the cultivation world, cultivators of the same level are fine. If I were to encounter a cultivator with a higher cultivation than me, it would be a disaster. Therefore, I will have to ask Brother Lu to take care of this spiritual object." Lu Ping was startled. When he raised his head to look outside the hall, he saw the lush spirit monster peach tree at the foot of the small mountain. He suddenly realized, Brother Luan Yu is interested in the spiritual wood on the spirit monster peach tree? When Luan Yu saw that Lu Ping understood his intentions, he bluntly said, "I am ashamed, it is exactly so. The spiritual wood is one of the most suitable spiritual objects for Monster Clan cultivators to use to refine a gold core. Previously, I had a simple communication with the spirit monster peach tree. The spiritual wood is no longer of much use to it, but the spirit monster peach tree is, after all, Brother Lu's spiritual pet. Therefore, I must obtain Brother Lu's consent." Lu Ping pondered for a moment. This piece of spiritual wood was a piece of low-grade earth-step spiritual wood. Moreover, it was very heavy. Originally, it was prepared by Lu Ping for Hu Lili to advance to the middle stage of the core forging realm. But, as Luan Yu said, this piece of spiritual wood was most suitable for Monster Clan cultivators. Compared to other earth-step spiritual woods, the spiritual wood was undoubtedly the most unsuitable for Hu Lili. Of course, even if it was unsuitable, it was still better than Hu Lili refining a profound spiritual wood. What's more, Hu Lili was proficient in the Tao of Arrays, so the growth of her cultivation was very slow. Even with the dissolving heart pill that Lu Ping had left for her, which forcibly increased her cultivation to the 3rd stage of the core forging realm, it was impossible for her to accumulate enough foundation to refine an earth-step spiritual object to advance to the middle stage of the core forging realm. At that time, Lu Ping would just have to find another wood attribute earth-step spiritual object for her. At the very least, the amount of azure billow water in Lu Ping's hands was equivalent to 3 times the amount of ordinary low-grade earth-step spiritual water. It was more than enough to exchange for an earth-step spiritual object. Although Luan Yu had been living in seclusion in the House of Gold all these years, he had also been used by Lu Ping as a free alchemist for several years. One must know that Luan Yu was an out-and-out alchemy grandmaster. Because of this, Lu Ping was able to free himself from a portion of the sect's alchemy tasks and devote more time to cultivation. Moreover, the large spiritual grassland that had been opened up in the House of Gold was also Luan Yu's achievement. This kind of help to Lu Ping could not be said to be small. "That's fine." Lu Ping made up his mind and said, "Brother Luan, you can take this psychic wood and use it first." Luan Yu was naturally overjoyed. Together with Lu Ping, he arrived in front of the spirit demon peach tree and was about to pluck the psychic wood from its body. Unexpectedly, when the spirit demon peach tree saw Lu Ping, its branches and leaves shook with a rustling sound. It seemed that it was somewhat unwilling. Luan Yu was good at communicating with plants and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. He asked Little Peach Tree, "Didn't we agree before? Why are you going back on your words now?" Although the spirit demon peach tree had unlocked its spiritual wisdom, it could not speak and could only use its weak consciousness to express its sorrow. Lu Ping thought for a moment and said, "Little peach tree, I've been collecting the cultivation method that you want all these years. However, you should also know that the cultivation method for spirit demon trees is very rare. I also can't let others know that you're in my hands. Otherwise, not only me but even you will be in big trouble. That's why until now, I haven't been able to collect a cultivation method that can allow you to cultivate. However, this time I found this." As Lu Ping spoke, he let the spirit demon peach tree's consciousness feel the growing soil in his hand. As expected, the spirit demon peach tree emitted waves of joyful emotions. It seemed to be saying to Lu Ping, "I'm hungry." Lu Ping smiled slightly and broke off a corner of the growing soil that was the size of a fist. Then he crushed this small piece of growing soil into powder and scattered it around the roots of the spirit demon peach tree. The soil at the roots of the spirit demon peach tree immediately stirred up, covering this thin layer of growing soil under the soil layer. As if seeing immediate results, Lu Ping seemed to feel that the spirit demon peach tree seemed to be full of spirit. The flower buds on the branches also became bright and beautiful, as if they would bloom at any time. Luan Yu received the psychic wood as she wished, and Lu Ping crushed a small piece of growing soil and scattered it into the white jade lotus pond. In the past, Lu Ping received the rank 9 white jade lotus king in the land of 100 flowers, and refined it together with the 12 gentian beads into Lu Ping's life source artifact. And Lu Ping chose 3 of the 9 lotus seeds from the white jade lotus king, and placed them into the pond that only had 1/3 of the kuei water essence left. After many years of breeding, the remaining 1/3 of the kuei water essence had once again shrunk to the shallow bottom of the pond, and the 3 lotus seeds also revealed a few lotus leaves, appearing soft and weak in the pond. Lu Ping looked at these 3 lotus flowers and sighed. This place was not like the land of 100 flowers where after thousands of years of breeding, it could automatically condense the kuei water essence. If he wanted these 3 lotus flowers to continue to grow, he must collect the kuei water essence, a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Lu Ping sprinkled a small piece of growing soil under the golden nut tree. 17 of the 36 golden nuts on this tree had matured, and Lu Ping had refined them into golden resilience pills. Now, the strength of Lu Ping's body was comparable to a low-level artifact without the use of Zhan Yuan. The rest of the growing soil was mainly sprinkled by Lu Ping on the small lonely mountain in the spirit grass garden that had been opened by Zhongxian Laozu for planting 3,000 years of spirit grass. The rest was also sprinkled in several newly opened important spirit grass gardens. Finally, in Lu Ping's hands, there was also a piece of growing soil that was about a quarter of the size. Lu Ping carefully stored it in a jade marrow box, in case of emergencies. Another half a year passed. Lu Ping sat cross-legged in the cultivation room of the palace on the top of the small lonely mountain. He lifted the lid of the Linchuan cauldron, and the blue water inside was collected into a jade bowl. Then, a round and plump spirit pill slowly flew out of the Linchuan cauldron, and was directly put into a jade marrow box by Lu Ping. And in this jade marrow box there were already 2 spirit pills. In order to refine these 3 bone-forging pills, Lu Ping had picked 5 spirit monster peaches from the spirit monster peach tree. Originally there were 13 spirit monster peaches left, but now there were only 8. This caused the small peach tree to complain. When it saw Lu Ping, it was a pitiful scene. The branches and leaves trembled all over, making Lu Ping feel quite embarrassed. Fortunately, after wasting dozens of 3,000 years of spirit grass and hundreds of 1,000 years of spirit grass, Lu Ping finally succeeded in refining these 3 bone-forging pills of the half-step Dharma realm. With these 3 bone-forging pills, Lu Ping could completely increase his body strength to the level of a mid-level artifact. Chapter 442. Lu Ping's seclusion only lasted for a year before he had no choice but to come out again. This was because Hu Lili had already filled the entire Huangli Island with restrictions and arrays, preparing for Reverend Guo Xianshan to use the art of moving mountains and filling seas. Now that Reverend Guo Xianshan had once again returned to Huangli Island, Lu Ping naturally couldn't hide in his cave dwelling and go into seclusion. Fortunately, Tianlin Laozu was on Huangli Island. Although Lu Ping was the master, he was only accompanying him. Reverend Guo Xianshan was obviously very knowledgeable about geomancy. After setting foot on Huangli Island, he looked towards Lu Ping's cave dwelling in surprise and said, I didn't expect that Huangli Island would rise to another level after a year or two. I'm afraid there's already half a neutral spiritual vein on the island? I've heard that many of our sect's idol core forging cultivators also go out to hunt through Huangli Island. Even I'm envious of your achievements. Lu Ping smiled and said, Martial Uncle must be joking. Martial Uncle is in charge of the sect. How could he be interested in this disciple's belongings? Reverend Guo Xianshan said meaningfully, You really have a lot of belongings. Lu Ping nodded as if he understood something and said, This disciple is naturally not a miser. Only by being willing and willing can I obtain more. Enlightened Master Guo Xianshan pointed at Lu Ping and scolded jokingly, Your shameless behavior reminds me of a certain someone. But you don't have to worry, the sect's ancestors have a good impression of you. Even if others have their opinions, you don't have to worry about it. It's just that this sedan chair has to be carried by everyone. Reverend Guo Xianshan pointed at Lu Ping and said with a smile, This is for you. Seeing that Lu Ping understood his words, Reverend Guo Xianshan took out a storage pouch out of nowhere and threw it to Lu Ping, saying, This is for you. Lu Ping was surprised, but he still scanned the storage pouch and couldn't help but say, Why is there so much? Reverend Guo Xianshan looked at Lu Ping with a hint of ridicule and said, What, the great treasure boy is also confused by a mere few hundred spirit stones? Lu Ping was speechless and said, Martial Uncle, this is 500 upper-grade spirit stones. Even with the spirit mine on Frost Island, there shouldn't be so many upper-grade spirit stones, right? Even though Lu Ping was exaggerating, he couldn't wait to put these 500 upper-grade spirit stones into his storage pouch as soon as possible. In the past year, in order to increase his cultivation, Lu Ping had set up the Great Spirit Transformation formation twice in a row, and each time, he used 36 upper-grade spirit stones. In addition to the spirit stones needed to refine medicinal pills during this period of time, the 100 or so upper-grade spirit stones that Lu Ping had accumulated with great difficulty were all gone in an instant. In the end, he had no choice but to use some middle-grade spirit stones to make up for it. Reverend Guo Xianshan smiled and said, During the last trip to Frost Island, Yu Xianlei, Xianshang, and the others were each rewarded with 200 upper-grade spirit stones for discovering a large spirit mine. During that time, you also discovered a middle-grade spirit mine on your own. This has never happened before in our sect, so the sect decided to reward you with another 200 upper-grade spirit stones. Last year, you forced Crystal Palace's Zhang Shiji to not even see your shadow with just 2 swords, greatly increasing our sect's prestige. Therefore, the sect rewarded you with another 100 upper-grade spirit stones. Reverend Guo Xianshan paused for a moment and said, Originally, the sect wanted to give you some other benefits, but Senior Sister Tianling said that all the rewards will be given according to the amount of upper-grade spirit stones. Therefore, this is what you will get. Lu Ping praised his teacher's brilliance and strength in his heart. As he put the 500 upper-grade spirit stones into his storage ring, he said humbly, This is what a disciple should do. From afar, Hu Lili came over and reported to Reverend Guo Xianshan that the formations and restrictions required to cast the art of mountain moving and sea filling had all been prepared. Reverend Guo Xianshan nodded and walked towards the eye of the formation. At the core of the formation that Hu Lili had spent a great amount of time and precious materials to set up, Tianlin Laozu and Reverend Chu Xuanqing had been waiting for a long time. When Reverend Chu saw Reverend Guo Xianshan walking over, he looked to his left and right and asked with a strange smile, Since Senior Brother Guo is going to show his might, why didn't Junior Brother Xianin come today? Reverend Guo Xianshan was taken aback and said, It seems that Junior Brother Xianin has been busy lately. There hasn't been any news about him in Heaven Spirit Mountain for a long time. Oh, Reverend Chu was also a little curious and said, This is interesting. Junior Brother Xianin has rarely left Heaven Spirit Mountain for the past few decades, and now is the critical moment for him to achieve Golden Core. If it wasn't for something urgent, he wouldn't have left Heaven Spirit Mountain. Reverend Chu Xuanqing saw that Lu Ping was thinking about something, so he asked, Little Lu, Junior Brother Xuanin's disciple has a good relationship with you. Have you heard any news about Junior Brother Xianin from his disciple? Reverend Chu Xuanqing knew that Lu Ping was on good terms with Yin Xianchu and the others. After Lu Ping became an alchemy grandmaster, the pills that these friends needed to cultivate were usually refined by Lu Ping. Huangli Island had also become a frequent destination for his friends. Therefore, Reverend Chu Xuanqing asked this question. When Lu Ping heard the two of them talk about Reverend Xianin, Lu Ping remembered the conversation he overheard between Reverend Xianin and another unfamiliar cultivator at the bottom of the sea. Reverend Xuanin's disappearance during this period of time could also have something to do with the matter of avenging Reverend Xuanin's wife. However, it was clear that Lu Ping couldn't reveal this matter. Reverend Chu Xuanqing suddenly asked, so Lu Ping could only answer, how would this disciple know? Reverend Chu Xuanqing was actually just asking. He wasn't sure that Lu Ping knew the whereabouts of Reverend Xianin. Seeing that Lu Ping didn't know, he didn't continue asking about this matter. Reverend Chu Xuanqing was a 9th-level core forging cultivator who was about to become a golden core cultivator. With this level of cultivation besides Dharma adepts, almost no one in the North Sea could pose a threat to him. Moreover, Reverend Xianin was proficient in the art of concealment and assassination. Cultivators of the same level would only be afraid of him. Who would dare to easily plot against him? After greeting Tianling Laozu, Reverend Guoxianshan solemnly ascended the altar that Hu Lili and the others had built. As Reverend Guoxianshan walked towards the top of the altar, a treasure that looked like a mountain slowly rose from the top of Reverend Guoxianshan's head. The mountain gradually enlarged in mid-air. Lu Ping felt his feet sink, as if there was a force pressing down on his body, trying to imprison him to the ground. Lu Ping raised his head to look at the mountain above the altar that was growing larger and larger. He knew that this was the effect of Reverend Guoxianshan's moving mountains and filling seas technique. When he turned to look at Tianling Laozu and Reverend Chu, both of them had a calm expression on their faces. It was obvious that this pressure was not even worth mentioning to them. On the other side, Hu Lili seemed to have some understanding of this moving mountains and filling seas technique. At this moment, she had already hidden tens of feet away. Lu Ping's body trembled with true essence and a blue mist spread out from his body. The mist immediately returned to his body. The pressure on his body immediately relaxed and he regained control of his body. Not far away, Reverend Chu Xuanqing and Tianling Laozu conversed. Reverend Chu Xuanqing sighed with emotion and said, "This kid's true essence is very strong. Senior Marshal Brother Guo's flying mountain treasure is not something that ordinary mid-core forging cultivators can casually break free from." However, Ancestor Tianlin was a little puzzled. Compared to his quintessential essence, which far surpasses cultivators of the same level, I'm more interested in the strength of this kid's fleshly body. Looks like this kid has quite a lot of good stuff on him. He's even collected some rare elixirs that can strengthen the fleshly body. The strength of his fleshly body is almost no weaker than a mid-grade magic item. At this moment, a great pressure suddenly burst out from the center of the altar. The entire altar and the surrounding arrays and restrictions seemed to have been activated by Reverend Guoxianshan. A gray light flickered and the entire Huangli Island suddenly trembled. Although the cultivators entering and leaving Huangli Island had already been notified, when Reverend Guoxianshan's moving mountains and filling seas technique began to display its earth-shattering might, the cultivators on the island were shocked. Taoist Master Guoxianshan wore a solemn expression on his face. With a stretch of his right hand, a short black whip appeared in his hand, following which the shadow of the whip pierced through the air. A series of muffled explosions could be heard from the distant horizon of the sea. As the short whip lashed down, the entire Huangli Island trembled violently. This was the power of Reverend Guoxianshan's natal magic treasure, the Mountain Driving Whip. The Mountain Driving Whip was a spirit-nurturing magic treasure that had been refined with 7 Tao treasures. Under the effects of the moving mountains and filling seas technique, it could slowly move an island several tens of li away that had already been connected to Huangli Island's array formation. As Reverend Guoxianshan continued to swing the mountain driving whip in his hand, rings of earthen yellow light fell from the top of the flying mountain peak above his head and spread out towards the distant sea. The altar beneath Guoxianshan's feet released a series of crisp cracking sounds and a huge crack extended from the altar to the ground. In the blink of an eye, Reverend Guoxianshan had lashed out 18 times with the mountain driving whip in his hand. The surface of the altar was already covered with cracks, and even the solid ground underneath the altar had a 1-foot-wide crack, slowly extending to a distance of several hundred feet. As the last whip shadow fell, Huangli Island once again trembled violently. Muffled rumbling noises came from the distant seabed, as if a giant beast was roaring furiously. Immediately, a small spirit vein from Lu Ping's cave abode was drawn over and temporarily placed at the core of the array formation. It seemed to have replaced the role of Reverend Guo Xianshan and the altar. Reverend Guo Xianshan slowly walked down from the altar. Just as he was about to leave the altar, the 30-zhang tall altar suddenly collapsed. As if he had already expected this, Reverend Guo turned to Lu Ping and said, "This island should be the one closest to Huangli Island, right?" The art of moving the mountains and filling the seas is a long process. Although this divine art is successful, it will take at least a month for the island to move on its own and connect to Huangli Island even with the support of this spirit vein. Lu Ping nodded to show that he understood. He handed over a bottle of medicinal pills with both hands and said, "Martial uncle, please recover your true essence first, then move to the next altar to perform the divine ability." Reverend Guo Xianshan laughed and said, "There's no hurry. With the help of the array formation and the altar, we can save most of the trouble. With the true essence in the old man's body, he can perform the mountain-moving sea-filling divine ability again and pull the other island over." However, Reverend Guo Xianshan seemed to have thought of something and took the jade bottle from Lu Ping's hand. He opened it and said with joy, "Not bad. It's an extremely rare spirit-tempering pill in the late core forging stage. Isn't this pill only refined by the North Sea's Liao family? I didn't expect you to have it here." Reverend Chu, who was at the side, had already heard the conversation between the two. He quickly walked over and said, "Little brat Lu Ping can actually refine a spirit-tempering pill?" The old man had personally looked for Liao Ruanjia 3 times and only managed to get 1 bottle. "I didn't expect you to already have the pill recipe. This won't do. The old man will immediately gather some spirit herbs for you. You have to refine at least 3 bottles of spirit-tempering pill for the old man." Chapter 443. There were a total of 4 altars built on Huangli Island, corresponding to the 4 islands that needed to be moved. The first island was the location of Shang Tao's cave, where Lu Ping had found the alchemy inheritance. Zhenrenguo first moved this island, and the mountain-driving whip produced a total of 18 whip shadows before he completed the mountain-driving whip. As for the other 3 islands and reefs, the amount of true yuan and dermic powers expended by Zhenrenguo varied according to the distance from Huangli Island and the size of the islands and reefs. The mountain-driving whip had produced 2736, and the highest number was 49. Even though Zhenrenguo Xianshan had achieved the 7th grade golden core, and was only a step away from the Dharma stage, it still took him 7 days to complete the task. Every time he successfully moved an island, Lu Ping had to temporarily confine a small spirit vein at the altar where Zhenrenguo was located. This was also the place where the formation eye of the mountain-driving formation was located. After Zhenrenguo completed the mountain-driving formation, it could replace him to support the operation of the formation and speed up the island's movement in the direction of Huangli Island. Fortunately, the spirit-gathering pearl that Lu Ping had buried a small spirit vein a year ago had nurtured another small spirit vein. In addition to the 8 small spirit veins, the total number of spirit veins on Huangli Island was now close to 6 small spirit veins, which was more than enough to support the mountain-driving formation. After Zhenrenguo completed the mountain-driving formation, Lu Ping gave him 2 bottles of spirit-tempering pills as a congratulatory gift. He also gave blood-condensing pills, spirit water meridian nourishing pills, and dozens of other pills that he had refined for the sect during this period, to be brought back to the sect. After 20 days, the silhouette of the first island could be vaguely seen in the distance. A month later, this island finally connected with Huangli Island. After another half a month, the earth vein under the island began to connect with Huangli Island, and the small spirit vein that supported the operation of the formation returned to Lu Ping's cave. At this time, a cultivator named Tian Yu also found the first spiritual gathering place, on the land that had just become part of Huangli Island. This was the first time that a spiritual gathering place had been discovered since the spiritual gathering places on Huangli Island had become saturated. More than a year had passed since the reefs were pulled over and the earth veins under the island merged with Huangli Island. With the support of a large number of high-grade spirit stones, the support of several spirit veins, and the continuous supply of spirit pellets, Lu Ping's cultivation base finally made significant progress. He was now moving towards the peak of the fourth layer core forging realm. However, he still wasn't sure when he would be able to break through to the fifth layer. However, inspired by Enlightened Master Guoxuanshan's Fei Lai Peak Mystic Treasure, Lu Ping asked Enlightened Master Guoxianshan for another talisman treasure, and completed the third talisman treasure, Landslide. Unfortunately, Enlightened Master Guoxianshan cultivated an earth elemental cultivation method, which was incompatible with Lu Ping's water elemental cultivation method. 5 of the 6 talisman treasures on Fei Lai Peak were pure earth elemental treasures, and only one was a combination of the earth elemental and water elemental treasures. With Landslide's current grade, unless Lu Ping could find spirit materials of higher quality to further upgrade it, it would be extremely difficult to upgrade it into a spirit-connected mystic treasure. In the Carefree Hall at the top of Heaven's Spirit Mountain, Tianfan, Tianjiang, Tianlu, and Tianlin sat. Tianfan Laozu looked at Tianlin Laozu, took out a jade slip from his sleeve and said, "This is the recipe for the spirit-forging pill that Xianqin collected in the East Sea. It is said that a cultivator from the Crystal Palace found it in Fei Ling Sec's Zhongxian Laozu's cave. Xianqin gave this recipe to Senior Tianxiang to bring back to the sect. Although this recipe only lists the various spiritual materials needed to refine the spirit-forging pill, it is still valuable." After Tianjiang and Tianlu Laozu looked at the recipe, Tianlin Laozu took it from them expressionlessly, then returned it to Tianfan Laozu. Tianfan Laozu handed the recipe directly to Tianlu Laozu, saying, "This recipe should be given to Junior Tianlu. The Elixir Pavilion should make some preparations according to the ingredients listed in the recipe. If our sect is lucky enough to obtain the recipe for the spirit-forging pill, Junior Tianlu can refine it immediately." Tianjiang Laozu smiled. Previously, when Xianling sect showed off the recipe for the spirit-forging pill in the North Sea Palace, it must be this item, right? The Crystal Palace only shared a useless jade slip with Xianling sect. Is it worth it for them to be so arrogant? Tianlin Laozu smiled. That's not the same. You should know that the 5 great sects of the East Sea visiting the 10 great sects of the North Sea is, to put it bluntly, a form of assistance from the 5 great sects of the East Sea. On the surface, it's to fight against the monster clan together, but in reality, it's to hope that the North Sea's cultivation world can become the East Sea's vassal. Xianling sect and our sect are the sects that the East Sea's sects hope to lead. However, it seems that Xianling sect's position in the East Sea's sects is obviously higher than ours. Although our sect has taken advantage of the East Sea's sects to loot a lot of benefits, at least they haven't given us the recipe for the spirit-forging pill. Tianfan Laozu smiled. That's perfect. Although the North Sea's cultivation world is led by our sect and Xianling sect, the 10 great sects all have mid-stage core forging cultivators, so the gap between the sects isn't too big. If the sects don't have too many differences, Zhanling sect and Xianling sect may be able to take the lead. However, if the benefits involved are too great and the differences are too serious, then the sects will be in a state of disunity, making the entire North Sea's cultivation world a vassal of the East Sea's sects. Let Xianling sect taste the bitter fruit of making the entire North Sea's cultivation world a vassal of the East Sea's sections. For now, we should accumulate our strength and wait and see. Tianlu Laozu glanced at Tianlin Laozu, then turned to Tianfan Laozu and asked, "How is Xianqin doing in the East Sea?" Tianfan Laozu smiled. "You are Xuanqin's teacher. Who knows her better than you? She successfully entered the Dharma stage 2 years ago. If she returns to our sect, she will be called Xianqin Laozu. However, she has joined an organization called Boudoir in the East Sea. This organization is very famous in the East Sea. It seems that they have a great cultivator as their backer, and they are specifically against the Crystal Palace. With Xuanqin's Grandmaster alchemy skills, she is naturally a high-level cultivator in the organization. Otherwise, how could the half-step recipe for the spirit-forging pill that the Crystal Palace obtained be in Xuanqin's hands?" Tianjiang Laozu asked nervously. "Since there is a great cultivator in the boudoir, it must be stronger than our sect. Xianqin is also a genius, so she is naturally high up in the boudoir. So, is Xianqin still willing to return to our sect? Tianjiang Laozu's words clearly pointed out what was on the minds of the other Laozu. After a while, Tianfan Laozu said, "Since the ancient times, children do not dislike their mothers for being ugly, and dogs do not dislike their families for being poor. Xianqin is my disciple. Even though she left in anger, Jinling is the place where she grew up for hundreds of years. With her teachers and fellow disciples, I think Xianqin will understand." After saying this, it seemed that Tianfan Laozu himself did not have much confidence, so he added, "What's more, senior brother Tianxiang is in the fallen secret land." When Xianqin left East Sea, senior brother Tianxiang immediately guarded the fallen secret land. Now it seems that besides fighting for the right to speak in the fallen secret land for our sect, it is also for Xianqin. Now that Xianqin has been sending news back to the cultivation world of the East Sea, and this time she even sent this recipe, I think it must be a problem. Tianlu Laozu carefully looked at the recipe again and said with some difficulty, not to mention the fact that there is no refining method for this recipe, the spirit herbs used are not ordinary. Also, the most important ingredient, the wonder dew, has not been heard of in the cultivation world for nearly 1,000 years. Even if our sect was lucky enough to obtain the wonder dew, the Nachuan cauldron has now been upgraded to a magic treasure cauldron, so it is impossible to refine it on a large scale. It is already very fortunate that we were able to gather one cauldron. Tianfan Laozu smiled bitterly and said, "How could old man not know this? But it is not easy to have this half of the recipe. Don't forget that the reason why Fei Ling's sect was exterminated was because this spirit-forging pill was coveted by all sections. Therefore, even this half of the recipe must be kept a secret. Apart from junior brother Tianlu, I think only Xian Yan and Xian Yu, the two alchemy grandmasters who can refine late-core forging pills, should know about it. Don't tell anyone else." At this time Tianlin Laozu said, "I'm afraid Martial Uncle still doesn't know, but Tianling's ninth disciple Lu Ping can also refine late-core forging pills. I don't know where this kid got the Liao family's spirit-stabilizing pills, but he refined 3 cauldrons of spirit pills for junior brother Chu." "Oh?" Tianfan Laozu looked at Tianlu Laozu in surprise. All the alchemists under Jinling's tutelage were under Tianlu Laozu's jurisdiction. Naturally, Tianlu Laozu knew the most about Lu Ping. Tianlu Laozu stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. This kid's talent in alchemy is no less than Xianqin's. Tianfan Laozu waved his hand and said, "If that's the case, count this kid in as well." In the North Sea Palace of Huanyu Island, a dozen or so cultivators from the 5 major sects of the East Sea gathered in the main hall of the North Sea Palace to discuss something. The North Sea Palace was used by the various sects of Huanyu Island to receive their guests. Normally, it was only used to receive guests of high status. At this time, although there were close to 20 people in the North Sea Palace, the only ones who could participate in the discussion were the mid-Dharma stage cultivator, Laozu, and the 5 late-core forging stage cultivators who were sitting cross-legged beside him. The one who was speaking was Zhenren Qin of the Northern Alliance of the East Sea. He was the same Zhenren Qin that Lu Ping had met at the Northern Alliance Elixir Gathering. At this time, Zhenren Qin seemed to be expressing his opinion. From this, although it is hard to tell who is better between the North Sea Jinling sect and Xianling sect, in terms of 2nd, 3rd, and even 4th generation disciples, Jinling is undoubtedly better. He said unhurriedly, "The Zhenling sect has been working hard to build up its strength, and the whole sect is united. How can it be controlled by Dong Hai? Xianling sect is declining, but with the help of East Sea, they will definitely compete with Jinling. In this way, the North Sea cultivation world will not be peaceful, and it will be beneficial for East Sea to rope them in. They will become the vanguard of the various sects of East Sea, and become the vanguard against the demon race. This is the most beneficial way for East Sea's cultivation world to deal with it." Immortal Qin was a little puzzled and asked, "But only by resisting the outside world and pacifying the inside world can we resist the demon race. Although the North Sea is weak, it is not dispensable. After all, it is a force against the demon race. If it is consumed in the internal strife, it will not be a good thing for the human race." Yuanguang Laozu nodded and said, "Martial nephew Qin has a unique vision, but the old man has lived a few hundred years longer than you. The cultivation world is not as simple as the confrontation between the human race and the demon race. When the time comes, who can say that the human race and the demon race will not join forces? When that time comes, this little bit of power in the North Sea cultivation world will really be dispensable. Don't forget that the so-called North Sea is barren because there are no large amounts of cultivation resources found here. But this does not mean that there are no cultivation resources in the North Sea. Not discovering and not existing are two different things. Don't forget that the North Sea cultivators have now discovered a large spirit vein on an island. Who can guarantee that in the future, there will not be other large spirit veins, or even giant spirit veins in the North Sea? After all, the North Sea cultivation world should be controlled by the East Sea. In the future, if the South Sea cultivation world is controlled, then the prosperity of the entire overseas cultivation world will not be inferior to that of the Central Plains. Yuan Guanglaozu's words made the cultivators of the 5 major sects of East Sea excited. Immortal Qin felt that something was wrong, but he could not find an excuse. At the same time, he was also attracted by the scene described by Yuan Guanglaozu, and began to calculate how the Northern Alliance could get a bigger share of the benefits. As for the rise and fall of the North Sea cultivation world, it was no longer something they considered. With a huge amount of spirit stones, spirit veins, pills, and his own unremitting efforts, his cultivation had finally reached the peak of the 4th layer of core forging. Only one step was left before he could break through the bottleneck of the 5th layer. At this time, due to Taoist Guoxianshan's mountain-moving sea-filling technique, Huangli Island was pulled over from the sea by Taoist Gua. Finally, they merged with Huangli Island, and the area of Huangli Island suddenly reached a radius of more than 30 kilometers. Although Huangli Island was still a distance away from the small islands with a radius of 50 kilometers, the prosperity of Huangli Island had already far surpassed all the small islands under Jinling's jurisdiction. Moreover, with the nourishment of nearly 6 small spirit veins, the entire Huangli Island was like a treasure island in the eyes of the cultivators of Jinling. Currently, Huangli Island had a total of 58 spirit gathering places, and nearly 70 acres of spirit farmlands and spirit gardens. There was also a small vein of upper-grade spirit soil, and a small vein of mid-grade spirit ore. It could be said that the richness of the entire Huangli Island was comparable to the 36 mid-sized islands under the jurisdiction of Zhanling's sect. Even some of the poorer mid-sized islands could not compare to Huangli Island. Currently, Huangli Island had become a popular training ground for the disciples of Zhanling Side Hall. The spirit fields and gardens on the island would basically be handed over to a new batch of disciples every 2 years. However, among these disciples there were 2 exceptions. These 2 had been training on Huangli Island for close to 10 years, and they had never given up. Tianyu had planted all of his 8 acres of spirit fields with spirit herbs. After several years on Huangli Island, he had already gotten used to this kind of lifestyle. Tianyu was born timid, and he was unwilling to venture out to hunt demonic beasts like other cultivators. Thus, after advancing to the blood condensation realm, his cultivation was only at the peak of the 2nd layer of the blood condensation realm. However, Tianyu was an expert in managing spirit herbs. It was precisely because the spirit herbs he took care of were growing the best and harvested the most spirit herbs that Taoist Hu Lili specially entrusted him with the 8 acres of spirit herb garden that was closest to Huangli Island's cave abode, and had the best effect of gathering spirit herbs. Tianyu was obsessed with the cultivation of spirit herbs. He was also eager to study the growth characteristics and medicinal properties of various spirit herbs. From Master Immortal Feng Tao of Huangli Island, he found a large number of jade slips that recorded the cultivation and medicinal properties of spirit herbs. There were even some simple low-grade pill recipes. The other person was Wang Qi. Unlike Tianyu, who didn't want to leave Huangli Island, Wang Qi often went out with adventurer teams to hunt demonic beasts. His fierce swordsmanship was becoming more and more famous among the cultivators in the same realm as him. His sky-piercing kill cultivation technique had also improved significantly. Coupled with the many fortuitous encounters he had while hunting, he was already a 4th-layer blood condensation realm cultivator. He was already qualified to become a disciple of Jinling's core forging enlightened master. Compared to Tianyu, Wang Qi wasn't good at managing spirit herbs. Therefore, he requested Taoist Hu Lili to change his spirit herbs to 3 acres of barren spirit herbs that could only be used to grow spirit grains. This way, he wouldn't have to spend too much time taking care of the spirit herbs. Compared to planting spirit herbs, Wang Qi was more willing to put all his energy into cultivating and practicing his swordsmanship. After coming out of seclusion, Hu Lili briefly introduced Huangli Island to Lu Ping. Due to Huangli Island's unique geographical location, as well as Fa Xiang Laozu's presence and the island's impregnable protective array, the number of cultivators entering and leaving Huangli Island had reached 3,000. Among them, there were also 2,000 cultivators who were permanently stationed there. Among them, there were many core forging realm cultivators. As more and more cultivators went overseas to hunt, the harvest naturally increased. In the past 5 years, Hu Lili exchanged the harvest of the cultivators who went out to sea with spirit pills, spirit stones, and dharma treasures at a high price for information about 4 miniature spirit veins. After they were moved to Huangli Island through attraction array, the number of spirit veins on Huangli Island finally reached 6. As for the other 2 miniature spirit veins, they were moved to 2 highlands at the edge of Huangli Island according to Lu Ping's instructions. They opened up 6 cave mansions and rented them to the cultivators who came and went on the island. They were praised by the itinerant cultivators on the island, and Hu Lili also took the opportunity to make a fortune. After understanding the development of Huangli Island in the past few years, Lu Ping originally wanted to pay a visit to Tianlin Laozu and ask him some questions about cultivation. Unexpectedly, as soon as he met Tianlin Laozu, he was sent back to Tianling Mountain by Laozu. Reverend Liang Xianfeng had encountered a problem when he was refining the heavenly wind leaf. This heavenly wind leaf was obtained by Lu Ping with Reverend Liang Xuanfeng's help in the East Sea's Zhongshuan Laozu's cave. However, the quality of this heavenly wind leaf was high enough. It had been condensed for 5,000 years. Although Reverend Liang Xuanfeng's cultivation was superb, he thought that he could only refine half a heavenly wind leaf. Even so, it was more than enough to refine a 7th-grade golden core. The process of refining the heavenly wind leaf was originally smooth sailing. However, after Tianlu Laozu handed Jinling's spirit forging pill to Reverend Liang Xianfeng at the last moment, Reverend Liang Xianfeng was suddenly filled with confidence. Back then, he was second only to Jiang Tianlin, Lu Tianling, and Mei Xianqin. Now these people had all successfully formed a high-grade golden core and successfully entered the Dharma stage. Naturally, Reverend Liang Xianfeng was not satisfied with just forming an ordinary 7th-grade golden core. In the future, he would have to worry about entering the mid-Dharma stage. Therefore, with the help of the spirit forging pill, Reverend Liang Xianfeng intended to refine the entire heavenly wind leaf. This way, even if he could not form an 8th-grade golden core, his achievements would not be inferior to Xianling Sec's Feng Shutao, who had refined 2 sets of low-grade heavenly spirit items. Unexpectedly, although the spirit forging pill looked complete, Reverend Liang Xianfeng had already secretly extracted a portion of its essence in the name of researching the spirit forging pill. This was bad news. At the last moment of refining the heavenly wind leaf, Reverend Liang Xuanfeng's spirit forging pill actually ran out of energy. Seeing that years of hard work was about to be wasted, and the extra half of the heavenly wind leaf was about to be wasted, Reverend Liang Xianfeng could only accept the fate of forming an ordinary 7th-grade golden core like Reverend Guo Xianshan and Reverend Chu Xuanqing. When Tianlu Laozu heard about this, he was furious. The first thing Tianlu Laozu did was to imprison Reverend Liang Xianfeng. However, a portion of the essence of the spirit forging pill that Reverend Liang Xianshan had stolen had already been used to refine a mid-grade earth-level heaven and earth spirit item. In desperation, Tianlu Laozu could only put Reverend Liang Xianfeng under house arrest in the Elixir Pavilion. At the same time, he summoned all the alchemy masters and core forging stage alchemists of the sect to the Elixir Pavilion. At the same time, Tianfan Laozu and Tianzhang Laozu, who were in charge of Tianling Mountain, also came. The 3 Laozu's presence in the Elixir Pavilion clearly told everyone that they had to save Reverend Liang Xianfeng at all costs. In fact, Reverend Liang Xuanfeng's cultivation and life were not in danger. However, Jinling felt pity for the half of the heavenly wind leaf. That was a treasure that could allow a 9th-level core forging stage cultivator to form a 7th-grade golden core and become a half-step Dharma adept. Unexpectedly, it was destroyed by Reverend Liang Xianfeng using such despicable means. Tianlu Laozu let out a long sigh and said, "What happened to Xianfeng was the fault of the old man. After this matter is over, the old man will receive his punishment from the sect. Now we need to work together to see how we can complete the last step of refining the heavenly wind leaf, so that this half-a-heaven-class spirit object will not become a waste." The dozen or so alchemists in the pill pavilion looked at each other in dismay. If it was an Earth-tier origin treasure, they might still have some ideas. But a Heaven-tier origin treasure and an Earth-tier origin treasure weren't even on the same level. The difference between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth, causing everyone to feel helpless. Reverend Xianyue laughed bitterly and said, "Uncle Master, in this situation, I'm afraid there's no other way but to find another spirit-forging pill. Moreover, with Senior Brother Liang's current condition, even if we find a spirit-forging pill for him to consume, I'm afraid that more than half of it will be wasted. After all, Senior Brother Liang is only at the last step. Junior Brother Xuanjing's actions are really sigh." Everyone's faces were filled with resentment. It was obvious that there was nothing they could do. After everyone entered the elixir pavilion, Tianfan Laozu had been observing them. He saw that Lu Ping was sitting to the side with a pensive look on his face. Tianfan Laozu directly asked, "Little Lu, do you have any ideas? Regardless of whether it's successful or not, just say it." Tianfan Laozu's words were not without purpose. Everyone in the elixir pavilion looked at the youngest alchemist sitting next to Reverend Xuandian in astonishment. Seeing Tianfan Laozu's words, Lu Ping thought for a moment and said, "Perhaps this disciple can give it a try." Chapter 445. Enlightened Master Xianjing could be considered a weirdo among the alchemy masters of Jinling. As one of the 5 alchemy masters of Jinling, Enlightened Master Xianjing's alchemy skills were only slightly better than Enlightened Master Xian Dian's. He had no problem refining a mid-stage core forging pill, but the success rate of refining a late-stage core forging pill was terrible. Especially after Enlightened Master Xianjing focused all his attention on the spirit forging pill, his alchemy skills had not improved in the past few years. Originally, he had the idea of keeping the spirit forging pill for himself, but unexpectedly, Fornax Laozu gave the order and the spirit forging pill became Enlightened Master Liang Xuanfeng's. How could Enlightened Master Xianjing accept this? Although Enlightened Master Xianjing had not made any progress in the refinement of the spirit forging pill, he had ingeniously come up with a spirit-attracting secret technique. This secret technique could strip a part of the essence from the pill. Even alchemy masters would not be able to detect the essence of the pill if they did not examine it carefully, let alone other cultivators. Enlightened Master Xianjing had coveted the spirit forging pill for a long time. How could he be willing to let the delicacy in his hands become someone else's delicacy? Thus, he made up his mind and used the spirit-attracting secret technique on the spirit forging pill. Originally, Enlightened Master Xianjing was still hoping for a fluke. In his opinion, Liang Xuanfeng's strength was no less than Lu Tianling, and the others who had reached the Dharma phase. Although the spirit forging pill had been stripped of a quarter of its essence by Enlightened Master Xianjing, with the help of the incomplete spirit forging pill, it should not be a problem for Enlightened Master Liang Xianfeng to completely refine the other half of the Tianfeng leaf. At that time, even if Enlightened Master Liang Xianfeng found out that there was something wrong with the spirit forging pill, the sect would not blame him too much for his identity as an alchemy master. However, he did not expect that the sky wind leaf was not as simple as an ordinary sky wind leaf. In order to obtain it, perfected Liang Xianfeng was even severely injured by the cultivators of the Crystal Palace in the East Sea. If Lu Ping had not succeeded in refining the Zhongding pill, perfected Liang Xianfeng would not have been able to condense his gold core. Most of his previous experience was lost due to the injury. With the combination of the two factors, the incomplete spirit forging pill caused perfected Liang Xianfeng to be stuck at the final moment of forming a top-notch 7th-grade golden core. The reason why Taoist Master Heavenly Furnace did not immediately punish Taoist Xianjing after learning the truth was that Taoist Master Xianjing was his direct disciple and an alchemy grandmaster. Taoist Master Xianjing had used a quarter of the spirit forging pill's essence to refine a mid-grade earth-step origin treasure, and was about to become a late-stage core forging cultivator. At the very least, Lu Ping had many ideas about this secret technique. But now, the first thing Lu Ping had to do was to rescue perfected Liang Xianfeng from his current strange state, and save the other half of the heavenly wind leaf. When Tianfan Laozu and the others heard that Lu Ping actually had a way, their faces lit up with joy. The other alchemy masters had complicated expressions on their faces. The young cultivator in front of them had already brought them too many surprises. Some of the older alchemy masters seemed to see the other amazing alchemy grandmaster Jinling had met decades ago in this cultivator. At that time, she had also shocked the cultivators in the Pill Pavilion. The only difference was that this cultivator in front of them seemed to be even more outstanding than that perfected Liang Xianfeng. He had saved Taoist Master Xian San and helped Jinling make a lot of money in the North Sea with the spiritual water meridian nourishing pill, the blood condensing pill, and the pill furnace that Jinling had kept a secret in the Pill Pavilion's land of inheritance. For Jinling, these could be considered as turning the tide. Taoist Master Xianjing's disciple, Taoist Master Tao Xianfang, was now at the second stage core forging realm and was only one step away from becoming Jinling's sixth alchemy grandmaster. Originally, Tao Xianfeng was worried about his master Xianjing. If perfected Liang Xianfeng failed to refine the heavenly wind leaf, he would only be able to form an ordinary 7th grade golden core. He could imagine how his master would be punished by the sect. Therefore, when he heard Lu Ping say that he had a way, he had already suppressed the jealousy in his heart. Instead, he hoped that Lu Ping could really save perfected Liang Xuanfeng's top-grade 7th grade golden core. This way, his master's punishment would undoubtedly be reduced by a lot. They followed the Fornax Cauldron Grandmaster to a secret place in the pavilion. The Fornax Cauldron Grandmaster turned to look at Lu Ping and asked, "Are you sure you can use the Nachuan Cauldron? Now, it's a magic treasure pill furnace that's worthy of its name." Lu Ping nodded and said, "This is also Disciple's first time refining this kind of pill. If Disciple has the help of a pill furnace, the success rate will undoubtedly be much higher. Even if Disciple can't use the Nachuan Cauldron, it won't be too late to take out the Linchuan Cauldron and use it. It's just that although this kind of pill needs half of the spirit herbs, the Vitality Dew is indispensable, just like the Wonder Jade Dew and the Spirit Forging Pill." Tianlu Laozu smiled and said, "You can rest assured about this. After you handed the formula of the Vitality Dew to Senior Sister Tian Shui in the Snow Mist Palace, the sect has already tried its best to prepare 2 portions of the Vitality Dew for Senior Brother Tian Kong. Now the 3rd portion should be ready soon. It should be enough for you to refine. Senior Brother Tian Kong doesn't need this little time. But now the matter with Xianfeng can't wait." Lu Ping nodded. Then he saw Fornax Cauldron Great Ancestor clenching his hand into the air, and a portal appeared in front of Lu Ping. The two of them entered the portal one after another, and they found themselves in a blazing world. Lu Ping knew that this should be a place of inheritance of the sect. Sure enough, he heard Tianlu Laozu say, "This is actually the same space as the space where you subdued the mysterious sky spirit fire last time. It's just that because the mysterious sky spirit fire is too strange, it was isolated and placed in a separate space. In this space, there are fire seeds collected by our sect's previous generations of alchemists. Or perhaps when a senior cultivator reached the end of his lifespan, he would place the fire seeds he used in his lifetime in this space for future cultivators." Lu Ping walked with Tianlu Laozu through the inheritance space of the Dan Pavilion. Along the way, they saw several fire seeds floating in front of them. These fire seeds were ordinary spirit beast alchemist fire, heaven and earth fire, and even heaven and earth fire. Lu Ping even saw a cluster of blue fire. If it wasn't the azure spirit fire, then what was it? But after listening to Tianlu Laozu's introduction, Lu Ping was suddenly in awe, but he was puzzled. Since the sect has such a heritage, why do many disciples often waste their time because they can't smelt heaven and earth spiritual objects? Tianlu Laozu looked at Lu Ping and said, "Do you think it's easy for a cultivator to reach the Dharma phase?" Lu Ping didn't know why Tianlu Laozu asked this question, but he still answered, "Of course it's not easy." Tianlu Laozu smiled and said, "With our sect's heritage, if we want to, we can produce 7 or 8 Dharma Laozu in 30 years. Do you believe me?" Lu Ping was tongue-tied and couldn't speak. After a long time he murmured, "How is that possible?" Tianlu Laozu smiled and said, "Why is it not possible? Not only our sect, but other sects can also produce several Dharma Laozu in times of crisis. Xianling sect has been the #1 sect in the North Sea for many years. Even though it's declining now, I'm afraid their heritage is even stronger than ours. If they want to, it's possible to produce 10 Dharma Laozu in 30 years. There seemed to be a big mystery in Lu Ping's heart. He was about to see the moon, but he still couldn't see it clearly. The Forsaken Cauldron ancestors said, "These so-called treasures are only used when the sect is in a crisis. Once these things are used up, unless they can be exchanged for a greater harvest, the sect will stagnate or even fall apart. Treasures are like the cornerstone of a house. If you dig out the cornerstone to build a house, even if it is magnificent for a time, how can it withstand the wind and rain? If a sect's heritage is gone, it can no longer be called a sect." Lu Ping nodded, not really understanding. Tianlu Laozu continued, "Look at the spirit fire of the world in this inheritance. If it's used up, it's enough for 20 early core forging cultivators to reach mid-core forging cultivators, and 5 or 6 mid-core forging cultivators to reach late-core forging cultivators. This is only the inheritance of the Pill Pavilion. There's also the inheritance of the Artifact Forging Hall, the Puppet Hall, the Heaven Spirit Hall, the Talisman Crafting Pavilion, and the other inheritances of the sect. There are more or less some secrets hidden in them. Once all of these things are taken out, it's enough to change the impoverished state of the entire North Sea for a while. However, these are the heritage that Jinling has accumulated over tens of thousands of years. What right do the disciples have to take the heritage of their predecessors for free?" With that, Tianlu Laozu paused, as if he was waiting for Lu Ping to understand what he was saying. He then continued, "The heritage of a sect still needs to be used for the development of the sect in the end. However, this development must be established on the principle of not harming the sect's heritage. If you want to take the heritage of your predecessors, that's fine, but nothing is given for free. As a member of the sect, you need to contribute something to the sect. Only then will you have the right to take it. If the cultivators of a sect can easily obtain these legacies, then who would spend the effort to find the heavenly resources hidden in the world of cultivation? If a sect has no ambition, then when the heritage of the sect is used up, the sect will not be far from destruction. The sect is the backing of the individual cultivator, but the individual cultivator is the cornerstone of the sect. The growth of a cultivator can bring about a greater foundation for the sect. On the other hand, the growth of the sect will allow the cultivator to achieve greater achievements. The relationship between individual cultivators and the sect has always been one of mutual benefit." Tianlu Laozu's lecture seemed to make Lu Ping understand something. At this time, the two of them had arrived at the center of the inheritance ground. A purple three-legged cauldron, half the height of a person, was placed in an empty space. This cauldron seemed to exude an invisible aura, as if it wanted to suppress this heavenly grotto. Lu Ping could clearly see that the various flames in this heavenly grotto seemed to be afraid of this cauldron. They only revolved around the cauldron as if they were worshipping it. Lu Ping had the experience of refining medicinal pills for people who were half a step into the transcendent stage several times before. Therefore, even though it was his first time refining a minor forging panacea, Lu Ping was not unfamiliar with it. However, just in case, Lu Ping still used a method that he had not used for a long time. A piece of ebony was cut into powder. The Eastern Purple Chi Flame, which was originally only a middle-grade earth-step medium-grade panacea, flared up. Its power was not inferior to that of a high-grade earth-step medium-grade panacea. With the help of high-grade spirit stones, spirit explosion art, spirit fire forging technique, purple crystal royal jelly, and most importantly the mystic treasure cauldron, the small forged spirit pellets concoction went smoothly, and he successfully refined 5 pellets. However, Lu Ping's true essence was almost depleted. This mystic treasure cauldron was truly not something an ordinary cultivator could handle. Fortunately, this inheritance land was connected to the large spiritual vein of Tianling Mountain. The spiritual qi here was very rich. Lu Ping laid down 36 high-grade spirit stones on the ground to restore the spiritual qi in his body. Unexpectedly, Lu Ping's body suddenly turned into a bottomless abyss that devoured spiritual qi. An invisible vortex of spiritual qi slowly formed with Lu Ping as the center. Lu Ping did not think that the opportunity to break through to the 5th level of core forging realm would come so easily. Chapter 446. Fornax Laozu waited outside the heavenly grotto for 7 days, but Lu Ping did not appear. Fornax Laozu finally realized that something was wrong. No pill would take such a long time to concoct, not to mention that Liang Xuanfeng's situation was getting worse and worse. He was afraid that he would not be able to hold on for much longer. Fornax Laozu had no choice but to enter the land of inheritance again to check on Lu Ping's situation. Fornax Laozu was angry and amused at the same time as he watched the Lingqi in the entire heavenly grotto constantly fluctuate and converge towards the center of the heavenly grotto. At the center of the heavenly grotto was Lu Ping, who had already entered a meditative state under the Nachuan cauldron. Was his cultivation about to break through? This guy was really lucky. The rich Lingqi in the land of inheritance was not a place that ordinary cultivators were qualified to cultivate in. Fortunately, Fornax Laozu saw the jade crystal bottle that Lu Ping had placed at his side. Fornax Laozu stretched out his hand and the jade crystal bottle immediately flew towards Fornax Laozu. A cultivator who could use a magic pill furnace had to be at least at the late stage of core forging. Their alchemy skills also had to be at the peak of the grandmaster level. He did not expect that this kid could use a magic pill furnace with only a cultivation of the 4th layer of core forging. Fornax Laozu opened the jade crystal bottle and sniffed it. His face suddenly showed a look of surprise. Then he poured a minor forging spirit pill into his hand. Looking at the round and translucent pill, Fornax Laozu's expression changed. Then he suddenly had a look of surprise. Finally, after putting the pill into the jade crystal bottle, Fornax Laozu looked deeply at Lu Ping, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Then, he quietly opened the door of the heavenly grotto and disappeared. Only Lu Ping, who was in the midst of breaking through, was left in the vast grotto heaven. Because of Lu Ping, the entire grotto heaven was filled with a turbulent atmosphere. A huge amount of spiritual energy was absorbed into his body by the North Sea wave listening scripture, and refined into a dark blue true essence. The true essence fused with Lu Ping's bloodline and flowed into his heart space, settling in the golden core in the center of his heart space. At the same time, strands of divine sense were condensed into the golden core along with the true essence and bloodline essence. As he infused his divine sense into the golden core, a snake's body, crocodile's legs, carp's tail, and a strange Jiao dragon with antlers appeared on the surface of the golden core. This was the 5th strange Jiao dragon that Lu Ping's divine sense had formed on the surface of the golden core. When Lu Ping advanced to the 5th stage of core forging and completely consolidated his cultivation, Lu Ping's closed-door training time in the heavenly grotto exceeded a year. After waking up, Lu Ping looked at the various fire seeds in the grotto heaven that were repelled by the phenomenon of his breakthrough. He couldn't help but find it funny. But then he remembered that the 7 treasures thunder gourd only needed 2 more fire seeds to form a new Bang Huayin thunder. When that time came, he would be able to summon a lightning technique that was not any weaker than a great technique. With this, the 7 treasures thunder gourd had reached the initial success stage. If he wanted to improve it further, he would have to find the 4th spiritual barrier in the gourd, and at the same time he would have to collect more extraordinary items. However, thinking about what Fornax Laozu had said before, Lu Ping was embarrassed to directly capture the fire seeds in the land of inheritance. After thinking about it, Lu Ping threw out a sound transmission sword. But after a moment, Fornax Laozu's reply came. There were only 2 sentences on the sword. Xianfeng is fine. You can take 2 fire seeds from the land of inheritance. Lu Ping was very clear about Fornax Laozu's meaning. The minor forging spirit pill saved Xuanfeng's hopes of reaching the peak of the 7th grade golden core. The 2 fire seeds of heaven and earth oddities were the reward. With Fornax Laozu's approval, Lu Ping naturally wouldn't be polite. He specifically found 2 fire seeds of heaven and earth oddities, and collected them with the 7 thunder gem calabash. Lu Ping believed that after a period of time, with Lu Ping's refinement, the 7 thunder gem calabash would reach small success. Lu Ping would also be able to master the 100 rivers into the sea sword formation. Feeling the increased strength in his body, Lu Ping let out a long sigh. At this moment, the cultivation of his divine sense was no less than that of a 9th-stage core forging cultivator. At this time, he even had the confidence to fight a late-stage core forging cultivator. Lu Ping took out his identity nameplate from the Jinling sect. After his true essence surged into the nameplate, a blue light suddenly formed a door in the heavenly grotto. Lu Ping walked out of the pill pavilion and saw Spiritual Master Profound Miao walking towards him from afar. Lu Ping was startled for a moment, then immediately guessed the reason for Spiritual Master Profound Miao's visit, so he immediately walked in another direction, as if to avoid him. Unexpectedly, the Profound Miao seemed to have predicted Lu Ping's reaction. As soon as he turned around, his arm had already been grabbed by the Profound Miao. Before Lu Ping could even open his mouth to ask, the Profound Miao said nothing and directly pulled him toward the Heaven Spirit Hall. Spiritual Master Profound Miao was only a 3rd-stage core forging cultivator, and he had no hope of advancing to the mid-stage core forging cultivator. As long as Lu Ping was willing, it was impossible for Spiritual Master Profound Miao to capture Lu Ping. However, Spiritual Master Profound Miao was Jinling's 2nd-generation disciple and Lu Ping's martial uncle. In addition, Lu Ping had found several excuses to reject Spiritual Master Profound Miao's proposal. Therefore, Lu Ping could only let Spiritual Master Profound Miao grab his arm and walk toward the Heaven Spirit Hall. Spiritual Master Profound Miao came personally and almost forcibly captured Lu Ping. Lu Ping also knew that Spiritual Master Profound Miao was here to accept a disciple. In recent years, the number of mid-stage blood condensation cultivators in Jinling had increased to the point that Jinling couldn't accept all of them. Not only did many mid-stage blood condensation cultivators not have a master, even some late-stage blood condensation cultivators had been exploring their own path of cultivation. Although Jinling sect had a rule that every Taoist master of core forging sect could only take in a maximum of 12 personal disciples, and no more than 24 personal disciples, the truth was that many Taoist masters of core forging sect were very cautious when it came to passing down their legacy. Thus, it was rare for them to take in 12 personal disciples. Due to these two factors, Jinling's annual apprenticeship ceremony was always packed with mid-stage and late-stage blood condensation cultivators, but only a few core forging enlightened masters wanted to accept disciples. This made Spiritual Master Profound Miao, the enlightened master stationed at the Heaven Spirit Hall, feel pain and happiness at the same time. He was gratified that the growth of the younger generation of Jinling's disciples meant that the sect was growing stronger and stronger. However, his headache was that every time the ceremony was held, Spiritual Master Profound Miao would search for all the core forging cultivators on Tianling Mountain and the various islands. He would forcefully drag these enlightened masters out of their caves to recruit disciples at the Heaven Spirit Hall. Other than the enlightened masters who used resources to recruit disciples, among the enlightened masters who were invited by Spiritual Master Profound Miao, some of the enlightened masters happened to meet a disciple they fancied, which could be considered as an unexpected gain. There were also some enlightened masters who couldn't stand Spiritual Master Profound Miao's face, and could only accept a few in-name disciples. Now, Spiritual Master Profound Miao had become someone that all the core forging cultivators in Jinling had to avoid. Chapter 447. Many of the Jinling cultivators who had just advanced to the core forging stage had not yet recovered from the joy of becoming a Taoist master and becoming a high-level cultivator in the cultivation world. However, they had already discovered that they had already become a master in a muddled manner. According to Lu Ping's knowledge, under the unremitting efforts of Taoist Master Profound Miao, in addition to himself and Yin Xianchu, his good friends such as Yao Yong, Zhong Jian, Du Feng, Shi Lingling and Ji Xianxian had all accepted one or two personal disciples and several in-name disciples. On Huangli Island, Lu Ping had already seen a teenager following behind Chan Lian. It was said that this teenager was also Chan Lian's personal disciple. There were also a few disciples who worked as assistants for Jinling as in-name disciples. Even Hu Lili now had 2 personal disciples and several female disciples under her command. After all, Hu Lili was now a core forging stage cultivator, and one of the few formation masters in Jinling. Although Lu Ping didn't know why Yin Xianchu didn't accept disciples, Lu Ping had been hiding from Taoist Master Profound Miao for several years. In the past, Taoist Master Xian Yuan and Taoist Master Profound Miao worked together to send 7 blood-refining stage disciples who had watched him practice swordsmanship to Huangli Island to gain experience for several years. However, Lu Ping stubbornly kept these 7 disciples on Huangli Island for nearly 10 years. In the end, 5 of the 7 disciples left, leaving only Wang Qi and Tianyu. However, neither of them caught Lu Ping's attention. In essence, Lu Ping was a lazy person who was afraid of trouble. How could he have the mood to think about teaching disciples? However, Taoist Master Profound Miao didn't see it that way. In his opinion, Lu Ping's swordsmanship and alchemy were the 2 peerless talents among Jinling's core forging stage cultivators. How could such an amazing cultivator not leave behind his own inheritance? Therefore, even though Lu Ping used all kinds of excuses to evade Taoist Master Profound Miao, Taoist Master Profound Miao never got tired of it. Almost every time the apprenticeship ceremony came, Taoist Master Profound Miao would send an invitation card to Taoist Master Profound Miao. No one knew where Taoist Master Profound Miao got the news that Lu Ping was in the Pill Pavilion's land of inheritance, but he personally came to the Pill Pavilion to capture Lu Ping. On the way to the Pill Pavilion, Lu Ping had already figured out this matter. The fact that Lu Ping was in seclusion in the Pill Pavilion was only known by his sex Laozu and a few of the Pill Pavilion's alchemy masters. The alchemy masters would never reveal the location of the inheritance to Taoist Master Profound Miao. Thus, for Taoist Master Profound Miao to appear in front of him so accurately the moment Lu Ping came out of the inheritance, it was obvious that he was instructed by Fornax Laozu. It seemed that the matter of Jinling's mid and late blood condensation disciples had reached an extremely serious stage. It had even attracted the attention of Taoist Master Profound Miao. Currently, Jinling's second-generation disciples were no longer accepting disciples. Taoist Master Profound Miao was like this. Although the second-generation disciples had different levels of cultivation, whether it was personal disciples or nominal disciples, they had already accepted dozens of disciples. Currently, none of Jinling's third-generation disciples were able to cross the threshold of late core forging. However, the growth of the third-generation disciples had already become the main body of Jinling. They were the main high-level cultivators that Jinling recruited. Lu Ping followed Taoist Master Profound Miao all the way to the Heaven Spirit Hall. At this time, there were already dozens of mid and late blood condensation disciples gathered in front of the hall. Lu Ping's current prestige in Jinling was unparalleled. Ever since Lu Ping defeated the Eastern Sea's Crystal Palace's disciple, Zhang Shiji, in an unimaginable manner 6 years ago, his reputation in Jinling had almost reached its peak. Even some of Jinling's late core forging second-generation disciples could only look up to him. His ranking in the North Sea rookie list had already reached the top 10, and he was ranked 7th on the rookie list. He was only below a few 6th-layer core forging cultivators. Among the low-level cultivators in Jinling, how many didn't know who Lu Xianping was? Therefore, when they saw Lu Ping follow Taoist Master Profound Miao into the Heaven Spirit Hall, they finally realized something. The Water Sword Immortal, who had never accepted a disciple, was invited to the Heaven Spirit Hall by Taoist Master Profound Miao on the eve of the apprenticeship ceremony. Could it be that Taoist Master Lu Xianping was going to accept a disciple this time? Up until now, Lu Ping was the only mid-core forging cultivator in Jinling who didn't have a disciple. Coupled with Lu Ping's legendary experience and shocking strength in the North Sea, he had long since become the ideal disciple candidate among the blood condensation cultivators in Jinling. Unfortunately, Lu Ping never had any intentions of accepting a disciple. Although many high-level cultivators had tried to find out if Lu Ping had any intentions of accepting a disciple, and many cultivators had even taken the opportunity to introduce their juniors to Lu Ping had never relented on the matter of accepting a disciple. This made Huangli Island's Hearing Wave Manor the most difficult place for Jinling's disciples to accept a disciple. However, at this time, the disciples of Jinling suddenly realized that the Water Sword Immortal was about to accept a disciple. The sound-transmitting swords in front of the Heaven Spirit Hall began to fly everywhere. In just half a day, the entire Jinling, including the mid-blood condensation cultivators who were stationed at the edge of the island and had yet to accept a master, and the disciples of the clans under Jinling's jurisdiction who had reached the standard but had yet to accept a master, all of them rushed to Heaven Spirit Mountain. When enlightened Master Profound Miao came out of the Heaven Spirit Hall, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. There were already more than 300 mid and late blood condensation cultivators waiting for the ceremony. Although enlightened Master Profound Miao was a core forging cultivator and was immune to all diseases, he still felt dizzy when he saw such a scene. After enlightened Master Profound Miao understood the situation in front of the Heaven Spirit Hall, he immediately returned to the hall and reported the situation to Lu Ping. Lu Ping was also dumbfounded. He didn't think that this would happen. Enlightened Master Profound Miao chuckled. Even if you don't want to accept a disciple this time, it's impossible. Otherwise, how are you going to give an explanation to these hundreds of disciples? Lu Ping couldn't help but smile bitterly. Disciple originally wanted to talk about accepting a disciple in the future, but it was you who dragged me here. Now that such a big scene has happened, who can I blame? Enlightened Master Profound Miao snickered. I don't care. Most of these cultivators are here for your name. You have to know that you are the flag of our sect in the cultivation world of the North Sea. Today's matter has probably alerted the Laozu of our sect. If you don't handle it well, your great reputation among the low-level cultivators of our sect will be ruined. As soon as enlightened Master Profound Miao finished speaking, enlightened Master Guo Xianshan and enlightened Master Xian Shu walked into the Heaven Spirit Hall sternly. Seeing Lu Ping's bitter smile, enlightened Master Guo directly asked, "How do you plan on handling today's matter?" Lu Ping just shrugged and said, "Disciple was dragged here by enlightened Master Profound Miao today. I originally didn't want to accept a few disciples. If worst comes to worst, I'll just say that I've come to observe the ceremony and not accept a single one. Also, enlightened Master Profound Miao didn't spread the news of me accepting a disciple in the sect. The disciples outside are just groundless rumors." Enlightened Master Profound Miao could not help but smile bitterly when he saw Lu Ping's shameless behavior. He had indeed been a little reckless in this matter. Although he had done it out of good intentions, he had forgotten about Lu Ping's great reputation among the disciples of the sect. He was now stuck between a rock and a hard place. Nonsense! Although enlightened Master Guo Xuanshan's face darkened, before he could reprimand enlightened Master Profound Miao, a voice rang out in the Heaven Spirit Hall. Lu Ping recognized the voice as one of the 3 mid-dharma adepts of the sect, Laozu Tianfan Laozu. A green door suddenly appeared in the middle of the Heaven Spirit Hall, and Tianfan Laozu stepped into the hall with a solemn face. Lu Ping hurriedly bowed along with enlightened Master Guo Xianshan and the others. Tianfan Laozu looked at Lu Ping and said coldly, "You're the one who always makes people worry. Not long ago you solved Shuangfeng's big problem, and now you've taken out such a brilliant elixir like the minor forging spirit pill. The old man was still thinking of how to reward you, but you've just come out of seclusion and caused such a big mess. And you still want to wash your hands of this? Do you still have any sense of responsibility towards this sect?" Lu Ping laughed bitterly and did not say anything. He did not think that he would really alarm Laozu of the sect, and it was the strongest Laozu of the sect. Tianfan Laozu saw that although Lu Ping's expression was respectful, there was still some disapproval in his heart. In a low voice he said, "The success of our sect today is due to the unity of everyone in the sect. We've gathered everyone's strength together. Low-level adepts support high-level adepts, and high-level adepts protect low-level adepts. This is why we're so prosperous, far surpassing the other 9 sections. You, Lu Xianping, may only be a third-generation disciple, but your current achievements have already placed you in the core decision-making group of the sect. Your status in the sect has even exceeded that of a normal late-core forging cultivator, yet you still treat yourself as a normal disciple of the sect. You live a carefree life, and when there's a problem you try to get the seniors of the sect to deal with it. How is that possible? If they could deal with it, why would the old man come to the Heaven Spirit Hall?" After Tianfan Laozu arrived at the Heaven Spirit Hall, he did not even look at anyone else. Instead, he lectured Lu Ping. Not only did this exceed Lu Ping's expectations, It even exceeded the expectations of all the core forging cultivators in the Heaven Spirit Hall. Even Lu Ping and Spiritual Master Guoxianshan and the others did not think that their sect's Laozu had already placed Lu Ping at such a high level. Although Spiritual Master Guoxianshan and the others previously valued Lu Ping, and even admired Lu Ping's achievements, they still treated Lu Ping as a junior in the end. They would usually take care of Lu Ping. Only today, after hearing Tian Fan Laozu's words, did everyone realize that the disciple before them had achieved a series of achievements for the sect. His status in the sect was no less than Spiritual Master Xianshu, Spiritual Master Xiansen, and the other late core forging cultivators. He was even comparable to Liang Xianfeng, Chu Xuancheng, and the other half-step Dharma adepts. For a moment, everyone in the Heaven Spirit Hall had a variety of expressions. After Tian Fan Laozu finished speaking, he took 2 steps out of the Heaven Spirit Hall, as if he was thinking of something. Lu Ping was slightly flattered. He had not yet recovered from Tian Fan Laozu's lecture. Spiritual Master Gua nodded, as if he agreed with Tian Fan Laozu's point of view. Spiritual Master Xianshu did not say a word from beginning to end, but his eyes seemed to be thinking of something. Spiritual Master Xuanmiao was a little surprised, but then he shook his head, as if he was feeling inferior. At this moment, more and more cultivators gathered outside the Heaven Spirit Hall. It was no longer limited to the cultivators who had come to take on a disciple. There were even more cultivators who had come to watch the ceremony, almost reaching 500 people. The other core forging cultivators on Heaven Spirit Mountain also seemed to have noticed what was happening. Strands of soul would fly over from time to check on the situation. Only after a long while did Lu Ping's eyes clear up. Although Tian Fan Laozu was looking outside, he seemed to be paying attention to Lu Ping at all times. Seeing Lu Ping let out a long sigh of relief, he asked, "Have you thought it through?" Lu Ping nodded solemnly. "Yes, disciple has thought it through." "Oh." Tian Fan Laozu turned around and glanced at Lu Ping with some interest. He said, "Then tell me, how do you plan on dealing with this?" Everyone's faces lit up. They looked toward Lu Ping, and at the same time, they wondered what method Lu Ping would use to deal with the cultivators who had gathered in front of the Heaven Spirit Hall. Lu Ping smiled. "This time, disciple did not reveal the news of me accepting a disciple, so disciple naturally will not accept a disciple during the ceremony." Spiritual Master Profound Miao's face collapsed when he heard what Lu Ping had said. Unexpectedly, Lu Ping continued, "However, Senior Profound Miao has told me that our sect has been flourishing in the past few years. A large number of disciples who have reached the mid and late blood condensation realm have never had the opportunity to become a disciple of our sect. They can only explore and cultivate on their own, which has greatly slowed down their cultivation speed. As a result, disciple wishes to hold a 7-day lecture after the ceremony in the Heaven Spirit Hall, so that I can share some of my insights and experiences with those who have yet to become a disciple with a master. At the same time, I also wish for even more high-level cultivators of our sect to lecture in front of the Heaven Spirit Hall. It would be best if it becomes a custom. That way, not only will the cultivation speed of those who have yet to become a disciple not be affected by the lack of guidance from a master, it will also alleviate the pressure on the high-level cultivators of our sect to accept disciples due to the rapid growth of the younger generation. That way, it will also alleviate the dissatisfaction towards the sect from the low-level cultivators being unable to become a disciple of our sect. It will be beneficial for the strength of our sect. Tian Fan Laozu was rather satisfied with Lu Ping's words. Spiritual Master Guoxianshan and Spiritual Master Xianshu also nodded their heads to one side. Of course, the happiest person was the Spiritual Master Profound Miao. Ever since he had become a Spiritual Master of the Heaven Spirit Hall, he had basically run his legs off every year when it came to accepting disciples. Only now did he let out a breath of relief after hearing Lu Ping's suggestion. Although a portion of the cultivators were disappointed when the Spiritual Master Profound Miao announced that the Water Sword Immortal would be lecturing for 7 days after the ceremony, there were even more cultivators who were extremely excited. This was because everyone knew that it was impossible for all the cultivators gathered in the Heaven Spirit Hall to become a disciple of Spiritual Master Lu Xianping. Since that was the case, Being able to listen to spiritual master Lu Xuanping's lecture for 7 days was not bad either. Chapter 448. Even though they knew that Lu Ping would be preaching for 7 days after the ceremony, Lu Ping did not plan on accepting any disciples, which greatly disappointed the several hundred Jinling disciples who had hurried over. Even though that was the case, there were still several dozen disciples who put in their best efforts during the ceremony, hoping to gain the recognition of spiritual master Lu Xianping, so that he would change his mind and accept them as a disciple. However, to everyone's disappointment, Lu Ping only smiled as he sat in the Heaven Spirit Hall and watched the performance of the many disciples. He did not mention the matter of accepting disciples at all. However, because Lu Ping did not plan on accepting disciples, only 80 or 90 of the several hundred disciples who had hurried over decided to participate in the ceremony. However, their hard work had unexpectedly gained the recognition of a few core forging adepts. Quite a few adepts who had not planned on accepting disciples changed their minds and accepted one or two that they valued. Quite a few adepts who only wanted to accept a single disciple struggled to choose between 2 or 3. In the end, they all accepted under spiritual master Profound Miao's instigation. Out of the 80 to 90 disciples who participated in the apprenticeship ceremony, 60 to 70 of them were apprenticed to the sect's spiritual master. Although most of them could only be registered disciples, for spiritual master Profound Miao, this year's apprenticeship ceremony could be considered a complete success. Wang Qi, Feng Wei, and Feng Xia had already heard that spiritual master Lu Xianping would be attending the ceremony 3 days later because they had gone out to hunt. When the 3 of them hurried over to the Heaven Spirit Mountain, the ceremony was already nearing its end. Fortunately, spiritual master Lu Xianping did not accept disciples during the ceremony, and would instead preach for 7 days after the ceremony. The 3 of them only let out a sigh of relief. Tianyu had hurried over as well. Although his cultivation had not reached the level where Jinling could accept a master, he had always been on Huangli Island. He had learned from Feng Tao that spiritual master Lu Xianping was going to preach at the Heaven Spirit Hall, so he had hurried over as well. Wang Qi looked around and quickly found the other 5 people who had trained on Huangli Island with him. They were all at the mid-blood condensation realm, and were somewhat famous sword cultivators among their peers. When they heard that spiritual master Lu Xianping would be attending the ceremony, they had hurried over just like Wang Qi. They were now waiting for spiritual master Lu Xuanping's 7 days of preaching. The first 2 days of Lu Ping's 7-day lecture were mainly about cultivation. Lu Ping's main focus was the water elemental cultivation method. But he didn't just focus on the North Sea wave listening scripture. Instead, he studied the many water elemental cultivation methods in Jinling sect's scripture library, and compared them with his own cultivation methods. Adding to the fact that Lu Ping had fought many different opponents over the years, his knowledge had broadened and he had his own insights on cultivation. The 2 days of Lu Ping's lecture not only satisfied the blood condensation realm cultivators, but also gave Lu Ping the opportunity to sort out his own knowledge. Under his careful study, a cultivation system suitable for himself began to take shape. The 3rd and 4th days were about the way of the sword. This was the content that Jinling cultivators were most excited about. Lu Ping's swordsmanship was renowned among cultivators of the same level. He was even given the title of the Water Sword Immortal. Many cultivators who wanted to become disciples of Lu Ping came because of Lu Ping's swordsmanship. In fact, Lu Ping was not a pure sword cultivator. Sword techniques were just a common means to him. Although the 6 sword techniques he mainly practiced in the North Sea's 12 righteous arts were all top-notch sword techniques in the cultivation world, and as Lu Ping's cultivation and status increased, he came into contact with more and more things in the cultivation world. His understanding of sword techniques deepened as well. The sword techniques he learned were no longer limited to the 6 or 7 sword techniques he learned in the past, nor were they limited to the water element sword techniques. As a result, the number of cultivators who came to Heaven Spirit Hall reached its peak during the 2 days Lu Ping was teaching. There were close to 1,000 Jinling sect cultivators who came to listen to Lu Ping's lecture. Moreover, there weren't only blood condensation realm disciples among the audience. There were also many core forging realm cultivators on Tianling Mountain who were listening through the Tao Art Assembly. Lu Ping ignored them and focused on his lecture. On the 5th and 6th day, Lu Ping's lecture changed to the Tao of Alchemy Cauldron again. This time, the number of cultivators who could understand his lecture was much lower. However, a considerable number of cultivators who stayed to listen were either alchemists from the sect or aspiring to become alchemists. Who was Lu Ping? He was one of the only 5 pill refiners in the sect. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the number 1 pill refiner under Fornax Laozu. Although there weren't many cultivators who came to listen to the lecture, there were many core forging cultivators among them. Although these cultivators had reached the required cultivation level, they couldn't cross the threshold to become a pill refiner master. In front of a master like Lu Ping, they were completely juniors. Lu Ping even saw Tao Xianfeng among the crowd. At this time, Tao Xianfeng was no longer as arrogant as he was in the early days, especially after Taoist Master Xianjing used the spirit-stealing technique to steal a quarter of the essence of the spirit-forging pill, causing Taoist Master Liang Xianfeng to almost fail in condensing his golden core. If it wasn't for Lu Ping's minor spirit-forging pill that saved Taoist Master Liang Xianfeng from the edge of condensing his golden core, Taoist Master Xianjing wouldn't be able to pass this hurdle. After Lu Ping successfully refined the minor spirit-forging pill, Fornax Laozu had listed it as a top secret of Jinling. The effect of the minor spirit-forging pill was far less than that of the spirit-forging pill. During the process of smelting the heavenly wind leaf, Taoist Master Liang Xianfeng had used 3 minor spirit-forging pills to make up for the loss of a quarter of the essence of the spirit-forging pill. Taoist Master Liang Xianfeng only had 3 chances to use the minor spirit-forging pill. Therefore, for any late-stage core forging cultivator, taking the minor spirit-forging pill was far from enough to raise the rank of their golden core. However, although the minor forging spirit pills had little effect on late gold core stage cultivators, it was still a precious treasure for cultivators who were smelting heaven and earth spirit treasures for the first and second time. It could be said that if Taoist Master Xianjing had 3 minor forging spirit pills in his hands, he wouldn't need to painstakingly create a soul-stealing technique to steal the essence of a spirit-forging pill. He could completely smelt a mid-grade earth-step spirit treasure into his gold core, and smoothly advance to the late core forging stage. On the last day, Lu Ping didn't preach the Tao. Instead, he allowed the audience to ask questions. Lu Ping answered in front of the Heaven Spirit Hall. Unexpectedly, all the Jinling disciples were speechless. They didn't have the courage to stand up and ask a core forging cultivator a question in front of everyone. For a moment, the atmosphere in front of the Heaven Spirit Hall was very awkward. In the end, some of the cultivators who came to listen to Lu Ping's Tao of Pill Cauldrons asked questions. Only then did Lu Ping avoid this awkward situation. Although these alchemists were only ordinary alchemists, their cultivation had reached the core forging stage. Their seniority in the sect was even higher than Lu Ping's. Naturally, Lu Ping didn't dare to put on airs of giving pointers. Instead, he discussed the Tao with each other. Unexpectedly, after answering a question from one alchemist, another alchemist immediately asked Lu Ping a question. As a result, more and more alchemists participated. What was originally a Tao preaching session became a Jinling core forging cultivators Tao discussion. Later on, more and more cultivators participated. The cultivators who asked questions were no longer limited to alchemists. Many core forging cultivators who came to listen with their spiritual sense also appeared. Many core forging cultivators discussed and verified with each other. The content of the discussion became more and more extensive. On the contrary, Lu Ping was no longer the main character of the session. The disciples in front of the Heaven Spirit Hall didn't think that things would develop like this. Although it was no longer enlightened Master Lu Xuanping's session, it was still the first time the Jinling disciples had seen so many core forging cultivators gather together. The content of the discussion was extensive and soon, the blood condensation disciples were attracted. In the end, the hundreds of disciples in front of the Heaven Spirit Hall were divided into groups according to their preferences. They gathered around the enlightened masters and listened to them talk about the Tao. It was a different story. Originally, Lu Ping's Tao preaching session was supposed to end on the 7th day. However, no one expected such an incident to occur. More and more Jinling core forging cultivators participated. After a full 3 days, This unexpected Tao preaching session was ended by Tian Fan Laozu's personal intervention. However, Tian Fan Laozu ordered that after the Jinling disciple ceremony, there would be a 6-day Tao preaching session for core forging cultivators. It was mainly targeted at blood condensation cultivators. After the preaching session, there would be a Tao preaching session for 3 days. It was mainly targeted at core forging cultivators, but blood condensation cultivators were also allowed to listen. The session would last for a total of 9 days. Lu Ping didn't think that his unintentional action would create a tradition of Jinling. However, at this moment Lu Ping wasn't interested in these things. After the Tao preaching session, Lu Ping originally wanted to visit second senior sister, Li Xuanru. However, from second senior sister's disciple, he found out that second senior sister had left Tianling Mountain under the orders of master for many years. Not only second senior sister, third senior sister Zhao Xuanji and fourth senior sister Wang Xianjing had also left Tianling Mountain. They hadn't returned to Tianling Mountain for many years. Without any other choice, Lu Ping could only return to Huangli Island alone. However, just as Lu Ping stepped onto the teleportation array to Huangli Island, a golden light shot straight towards Lu Ping. Lu Ping frowned and grabbed the light in his hand. It was a golden sound transmission magic sword. Lu Ping scanned it with his divine sense and his expression changed. He quickly flew towards Qi Mei Mansion at the top of Tianling Mountain. This was Tian Fan Laozu and Tian Shui Laozu's residence. When Lu Ping arrived, the 3 Laozus Tian Fan, Tian Jiang, and Tian Lu had already arrived. Below them stood Daoist Guo Xianshan, Daoist Xianshu, and a dozen other late-stage core forging cultivators who had stayed behind to guard Tianling Mountain. Seeing Lu Ping enter, many late-stage core forging cultivators were surprised, but they didn't say anything. Guo Xianshan and Daoist Xianshu both had heavy expressions on their faces. Lu Ping's heart thumped. It seemed that something big had happened. Sure enough, Tian Fan Laozu's expression was solemn. The moment he opened his mouth, everyone standing in the palace jumped in fright. I called everyone here to inform everyone of a grievous news. Martial nephew Xianshu has come to report that martial nephew Li Xuanin's soul lamp suddenly extinguished. It was like a bolt from the blue. Qi Mei Palace suddenly became silent. However, the atmosphere inside the palace was terrifyingly quiet. It was as if Qi Mei Palace had turned into a jar of oil that would explode at any time. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.